Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. We are back on Saturday after two Friday shows. Also going to be our last Saturday show, our last show live of the month, but you're at your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. I'm so glad you're here tonight because we have the viewer request for July ready to go. This came on the request of Electverse. I'm glad he made it, and it actually is going to our plays of the Title Legends games, which both of those will be linked below. And actually, this will also be within it. Part of a new playlist I got going to the game we're playing. It's on the screen what it is. This is Space Invaders, the remake that came out in 1999. It was published by Activision. It was developed by Z-Axis. Z-Axis, of course, being the company that was initially formed in 1994 by David Luntz. Their first game was Madden NFL 96 for the Sega Genesis. They also made Fox Sports College Hoops 99 for Nintendo 64. And then they kind of found their calling initially with extreme sports games, starting with Thrasher Skate and Destroy for the PlayStation, as well as the Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX games, which those were on PlayStation and Dreamcast for the first one. The second one was on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. And then there was BMX XXX. That was the third entry in the franchise that Dave Mirra sued to get his name off of. And it came out, but they made it. And they also would go on to co-develop True Crime New York City for the PC in particular. And they also made Guitar Hero Van Halen as their last game, when they were known as Underground Development. They then closed shortly after Guitar Hero Van Halen in 2009. But this game we're looking at right here, this came out in 1999. It's also called Space Invaders X. It's a weird one because when it came to Twitch's window of getting a category of game, we're seeing actually the plot, which there is a setup going back to the 1978 original Taito arcade game. It was interesting because Twitch does not have an actual category for this Space Invaders game, so I had to put it under the original 1978 version, although that is ported in here. And we're going to briefly show it to put a little bit of context of what we're going to see. Because as I mentioned, this year we looked at a couple of Space Invaders games, and last year we did two. We looked at those Title Legends collections, because there are three in each of them, and this year we looked at Majestic 12, and actually, when we played that, it turned out there actually were a lot of ideas that maybe were being set up for this game, which Taito was involved in the sense that he did sign off on it. And this game is called Space Invaders X in Japan. We're playing on the PlayStation on Electverse's request. It's also on Nintendo 64. It's on the PC. It's sort of on the Game Boy Color in that there's a sort of different version of this that has selection of tanks as opposed to power-up system. And then there is an actual port of this for the Game Boy Advance. That was Space Invaders EX. That came out on March 19th of 2002. This game came out on October 5th, 1999 for the PlayStation, November 30th, 1999 for Nintendo 64, and they were going to put this on the Dreamcast, but Activision pulled back and said, yeah, we're not going to do it. The game itself came out in Japan as Space Invaders X, I mentioned, in 2000 on February 17th, and it is, as you saw from the intro there, a remake of Space Invaders original, and it will go into the demo, so we'll get a sense of what we're going to see on this one. That is sequelizing the original in the sense that at the time of this game's release, 21 years had passed since the original game, and you even saw in that intro the case that the tank, or as it was originally called, the core cannon, it has been since decommissioned for all the people who were lost fighting the invaders when they came to the planet as far as Earth. In the Taito 1978 arcade original, that was a huge, huge hit. Remember, when we looked at that game, it was a game that was so huge that they were running out of yen coins in Japan for that. It came to the US, it was a massive sensation over the years, and then Activision got the rights to it, actually after Nintendo had it. Because Nintendo put versions of the original out on Game Boy and Super Nintendo, and then Activision got their hands on it, and they said, hey, let's do a new take on this. And there actually is a pretty extensive backstory in the instruction manual. Even talking about 1965 when humanity wanted to go to space, and then in 1978 the invaders attacked. That was First Contact, which occurred on November 22nd of 1978. I also have the manual linked, by the way, below for indication for this. And there were attack ships as far as the case of no little green men armed with cute bug-eyed faces and funny walks. They just came around, they were going to shoot us down. So the tank came around to take out of it. The victory was hard won. Lots of tank pilots sacrificed their lives for the cause, which is true, Alec, because how many times have you played Space Invaders, the old one, and been trying to get yourself going, but just have, yourself shot down as far as the invaders. But actually, the backstory also, this is the idea that the tanks in this game They are set up as part of a Pentagon project that was taking Cold War military perspectives to make an advanced tank that has more power and has power-ups going on with this game. Which is interesting to think about because it's worth pointing this out, and this is going to be a bit of the theme, I think, when it comes to tonight's play of this. And that is, this was coming kind of right when the retro arcade remake boom was starting in the late 1990s. I'm trying to think as far as what the first example of a game where they really did that with, but the first one that I know made massive financial sense. I didn't have PlayStation, so I didn't play this game actually until a couple of years ago when Alec first requested, let's do this. And he's right, this game is really clever, and a unique twist on Space Invaders that still captures the elements that made it so great. But the first one of these remakes that I remember making attention as far as it, even as a Nintendo 64 owner, not a PlayStation owner, was Frogger. That was, Hasbro Interactive published that, and it was a case where they took the old Konami and sort of Sega arcade game, and they said, we can turn this into something new. Running on the same gameplay perspective, taking the frog and hopping him across the road over into the water, or off the water, because don't go in the water. He's a frog who can't go in water. But then they said, let's expand this out with different levels. It was a hit. And so at that point, along with Majesco saying we're going to expand Frogger out as far as doing ports of the game, one on Sega Genesis, reimaginings on Game Boy Color and Super Nintendo, and then a sequel to that being Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge. Other companies, I think, took a look at that and said, yeah, we can get in the act as well. And Activision's take was, well, they got their hands on a bunch of licenses late in the era of the 90s and said, let's have stuff with Asteroids, which they made, and we're going to do Asteroids Hyper for Nintendo 64 at some point, as far as the reflection of that. And then they had Space Invaders as a case of how they were doing with that one. But other companies were trying different things as far as what they were. There's Centipede, which I have the Dreamcast version of as far as the remake of the Atari game. And it was interesting seeing this because there's a question of, were these games necessarily received that well? And it's something that maybe it's one of those things that going back now, maybe it's easier to appreciate some of this stuff as far as what was thought, because I think this game was pretty decently liked at the time. As far as sales, I couldn't find much on as far as sales figures. Of what I was able to find out, very little. There's only sales figures on the Nintendo 64 version, which apparently sold 160,000 units, so VG Charts was indicating. I guess it sold more on the PlayStation, but I don't know. And honestly, as I said, I was not able to ascertain much. And when it comes to early game data, as far as sales, it's not easy to really figure that as far as the numbers, unless they came out and said, oh, by the way, this is how much it sold, or if there's some kind of record to it. But yeah, this is an interesting one as far as it, and I think actually the other Space Invaders games we played kind of prepared us for this one, as is the case. And one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the instructions, give a sense of what's going on. Because it is still moving left to right with the tank in this case, as opposed to the core cannon from before. Moving left to right with D-pad or analog stick if you turn on the analog mode. And that's also, you have rumble going on this one. You shoot down the invaders. You can shoot them willy-nilly like you used to, but if you shoot them in order, you have that bar at the top left-hand corner of the screen fill up. If for the same enemy color in a row, you get a power-up. Press the triangle button then to use that. When you hit all of those green ones, you get up to 4 of those, you get horizontal right. Shoot that, shoots a missile and hits contact, or makes contact with an alien invader. It shoots off to the right on the side, and those can then chain together to build up that bar even more. And you also get the mothership going across the top, like in the original Space Invaders game. And in this game, if you shoot it, you can also get power-ups off of that to give you perspectives of double missiles and also shields and other things. We'll see them as we go along. And really thinking about it, it is an interesting twist on the formula that is kind of an interesting thing to think about, because sometimes you think about a game like this, you think, well, all right, if they're going to take a classic game like this, what are they going to do with it? And also, are they necessarily going to change it to the point where it's unrecognizable? And I know that was a criticism with Galaga Destination Earth, which is on the PlayStation. It was a remake of Galaga from Namco, although Namco was not involved in that. That was a Hasbro Interactive joint. It kind of turned into almost like Star Fox, which isn't completely off base thinking as far as that. But if you play this, it doesn't feel the same way. This one plays the old way as far as how Space Invaders was. So if you're like, I played Space Invaders to death, well, I remember The Simpsons when they're trying to figure out who shot Mr. Burns, they called in Groundskeeper Willie, and he says, I couldn't have possibly killed him. I have crippling arthritis. He pulls his finger saying, I hurt them badly going after space and... okay, let me rephrase that. I have unbelievable arthritis in my fingers. I got it from Space Invaders back in 1977. Oh, that was a pretty addictive video game. Video game? So yeah, it wasn't that necessarily. But yeah, so if you've played Space Invaders to death, it's something you're gonna kind of recognize the idea what this is. And one thing I'm gonna do before we start, I'm gonna go into our options a little bit. Because the way this game works is there's 100 levels in this. We're gonna show off every one of them. And you have two difficulties by default. You have normal and expert. Also, when you beat the game on expert, or if you put in cheat code in order to complete the game on expert and complete the final level, you unlock maniacal. That's the highest difficulty. The last two planets are locked behind these two. And it's worth pointing out, we will show them off, but it's also something that when we go along, I'm gonna have to figure how that's gonna go because of how the save system works. But also there is level select as well, so I'll give an indication of that as we go. There's also volume control as far as music and sound volume. I'll put the music up high because it's really good stuff. Controller configurations, we move left and right with the D-pad or the left analog stick. Firing on X button and special on triangle. Also vibration, you can use the rumble if you have a DualShock controller set up, but you do have to press that analog button if you're going to be using the rumble. Or if you're playing this through a PlayStation 3, you do have to go into the menu and you have to toggle analog mode. When you toggle analog mode, as we're pointing out, you do have the option to use D-pad or analog stick if you so desire. So as we're pointing that out. And you set that for 2 players because this game has 2-player co-op. We're not going to really show that because I'm running this baby solo, but that being said, I will give an indication about what it does. And also stuff the credits will go on later. And it does have saving to memory card for this, so it'll save your options, it'll save your scores as you go along. And also, it gives you the option to play the classic Space Invaders game, which I'm going to show up to start because I think it's a good primer for what we're going to be looking at with the remake. So we're pointing out, in order to unlock the classic game, you do have to go and beat the game on normal. And we'll talk about that as we go, because we're going to definitely go the whole way on this one. But I did unlock this off screen before we did tonight's show, and it does save to the memory card, as does the unlocks of the extra difficulty levels. To give a sense of the original Space Invaders, here it is from 1978. I'm going to play one round of this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to show off the remake. As far as this one, unlike the Title Legends collections that had this, it is all the black and white look, the original way it looked in 1978, so you do not have the aspects of the bezel background or any of the other aspects as far as color. But you do have rumble up. You hit the R2 button, you can turn it on and off. I'll turn it on for the purpose of this. And to put a credit in, you hit select and you press start to start. Before I do that, though, I will also go into just a little bit of background of the people who made this as far as the remake. It also shows, if nothing else, the idea that I think they were really paying attention to what Taito had, as opposed to saying we're just going to quickly go through this and say we're just going to remake it to make money. Because that might be the thought, saying you have an established brand name, use that and you'll be rich. But then they said, you know what, we want to have something that fits in line with this franchise and give the other games this franchise we've shown. I think it definitely does. But it is showing the idea, like, hey, what's going on with it? Actually, I'll go to that after as far as that, because I'm going to briefly show off this. So hit the select button to go on. And you can run 2 players with this one, same as the arcade, and hit start to go. But I got to turn up the volume a little bit because it's going to get quiet otherwise. Go to 15 on this, 14 sound. That works. There we doop, boop, boop, boop. And with the rumble, you do have it going off anytime you get shot or anytime you shoot out for the core cannon. So yeah, I'm going to show this very briefly, and then we're going to go on the remake. And technically, it does make the case of the Twitch category accurate in this. They don't have anything for Space Invaders 1999 or Space Invaders X. I was like, why not? I know that Twitch has weird things when it goes to categories themselves, saying we're not going to let classic game compilations go category. We played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles last week, and the Cowabunga collection has an option within itself. It's like, okay, this game doesn't, but I'm technically being accurate by saying it says 1978. We were playing the 1978 game here, and then showing what's going on with that remake. I think this is kind of a fitting one as far as that, to show the evolution of what it is, and show that, yeah, the remake is really, really good. And I gotta thank Electrus again for the request on this one. Look, we love the viewer requests in this show. I definitely love delivering them to you. And delivering them right, that's another thing about that. I want to make sure that when we get to the games we're playing, I'm gonna try and hit the mothership in a miss. That I want to be ready to show the game that, I guess sort of skill level, but also enough of a case that I went through it to give it a full treatment, as we always do on the show. Because unlike him, I think, I did not play this game until actually he requested it. I'd always heard some interesting things. Said, hey, this is a really interesting game. Stuff with the music, stuff with the power-ups, a really great enhancement on original Space Invaders. We got the last one. Always the hardest one to get because it's going insanely fast. I got him, thank God. Did not expect to do that, and same rules as arcade mode apply, or for the original arcade version, I should say. 1,000 points to your life. Your maximum score is 9,999. I'm gonna go to my game over, and then we're gonna go on to the actual remake. In fact, here we go, perfect timing. So yeah, game over. So that's the original version. Hit the start button. You can go back to the menu. As far as that, I'm going to also put the volume back up to 20. And then I'll put it back down to 15, or up to 15, I should say. Because the last thing I'm going to do, just to give a sense of that, because that's what it looked like originally. And in this game, you can unlock that by beating the game on normal. So you basically beat the first 80 levels. As far as it, because there's 8 planets as far as running through the game, and then the 2 extra ones when you go on the higher difficulties, which you have set to go. But I will go into the background of some of the people who made this, specifically people who designed this, as far as the designing and also the logic of the bosses, because this game has bosses when you go across each of the planets. At the end of the 10th level, you have a boss you fight. So they do enhance it very nicely as far as on that, and fitting, I guess, going on with the demo of where we're going to go. All the planets, including Pluto, which was still a planet back in the day. It wasn't until 2006 they pulled that away saying, no, it's a dwarf planet. Seeing those power-ups, oh my god, the power-ups in this game are really cool. And not a case where I think it necessarily neuters the challenge. I think it is pretty consistent as it goes along. But yeah, the designer of the game and also the boss logic was Dan Anderson. This is the first game he worked on. Later on, he would go on to do game design on ESPN NBA basketball for Xbox and PlayStation 2 and ESPN NBA 2K5. He also was then the lead designer on Golden Axe Beast Rider for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. He did design work on Dance Central 3 from Harmonix for Xbox 360. He also did designing on the remake of Splatterhouse in 2010 and did production on Little Nicky for the Game Boy Color based on the Adam Sandler movie. Yeah, that does have a game. It's by Digital Eclipse. It also has like full voice acting, and it's a game on the Game Boy Color that is very, very teen-rated, to the point where people are saying, hey, this should be a mature-rated game. And there's like voice acting on the cartridge. How the hell did they manage that? But he was one of the people who helped make it go. But also, we'll talk about this music. The music was a little weird one as far as getting... Who did the names? Because there's only one name as far as who said what the music was. We're saying additional music, though, which is by Angela Hill. This was her only game. But this is some good stuff. It's good for as far as your nice techno rave party, as far as it fitting, because actually that's what I did last night. There was like a video game rave case going on around where I am. And it was a great time. We didn't hear anything from Space Invaders, but I could get a sense of putting on some of the music from this game and raving out and getting like the glow sticks and all that stuff going. But as far as the other cases when it comes to the music, I guess we'll take the people who did the audio direction and audio programming. The audio direction, by the way, in this game was by Sergio A. Bustamante II. Did music for Max Steel Covert Operations, or Covert Missions, I should say, which is on the Dreamcast. He's based on the Mattel line. Surprisingly decent game. It's by Treyarch, who made the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater ports on Dreamcast. It would also do the later Spider-Man games, starting with the Spider-Man movie game from 2002. He also did the club track song in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2X for Xbox, and did audio direction on the Spider-Man movie games I mentioned, Spider-Man the movie from 2002 and Spider-Man 2 from 2004. And also for NHL 2K3, and the video game based on Minority Report, that being Minority Report Everybody Runs. The audio programming, by the way, the game was by David Grace, who did audio engineering on all the Dave Mirra BMX games, specifically Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX 1, 2, BMX XXX, and Aggressive Inline. That was also one of ZX's. And did programming engineering on Secret Agent Clank for the PSP, the 2 Sonic Boom games for 3DS, those being Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal and Fire and Ice. And he was the lead engineer on the Spyro Reignited trilogy, as far as that. So that's the idea of what we're starting, and I think with that we can get ourselves going. Yay! So says Dollyfin, so good to see you tonight. We're playing the remake of Space Invaders for the PlayStation, in particular. It's also on Nintendo 64 and PC, and Game Boy Advance technically, and also, Game Boy Color, sort of. Hello to you. So good to see you tonight. I know we've talked Space Invaders as far as the games. We played them. We played, the original. We played a couple sequels to itself. And actually, the original is in this. And since you just got here, I'll give you a brief look at this because we got the remake. This was on Electrus's request. In fact, I think he made the request when you were on the show. You were on the show when we did Tetris Attack, which I think we could justify a second chance for. as far as that is. This game does have the original in it. I'm going to briefly show it to give a little bit of a prelude as it is for the remake we're going to say. I mentioned this remake came out in 1999 from ZX. We made the Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX games. And it's quite a find. I don't know if you ever played the remake. Feel free to go into memories of that or more memories on Space Invaders, because we played a lot of Space Invaders on the show already, because of what we played, just going on, I may as well. I remember, oh yeah, absolutely. I remember a lot of cases as far as that I guess you do as well. So I guess when we did that show, and also Space Invaders, which gets so far the ones we played the original, playing it now, again, briefly. Would you get this, by the way, by beating the main game on normal? And there's the mothership, I kind of missed it. We played Space Invaders Part 2. We played Return of the Invaders. We played Space Invaders Deluxe. We played Space Invaders 95, Attack of the Lunar Loonies. And we played Majestic 12. There was a whole subtitle that went with that one, as is. Not the new one, oldie but a goodie. Definitely it is. Hey everyone, hey Electverse. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're moving well. Hope you've been having a good week as far as it. And doing well. I have Space Invaders for the PlayStation 4's. As it's been a bit, yeah I know, but I'm glad to see you. I know you want to see the remake of it. I'm briefly showing the original within it. I do have the rumble going on because I want to give a little bit of a primer for the remake. I think you're the expert of the remake. I think of all of us, we're going through every level, showing everything off. We're a great time. Feel free to let all your memories flow on the remake, on Space Invaders itself, and also, if I can get the last one, this is always the one I couldn't get. Go back to the Futurama case, like, come on, come on, come on. Ooh, shit, I got shot. Also, I didn't turn the volume back up as far as what I want to have it on. There we go. Just had to time it right. Perfect. How you guys been? I've been doing pretty well. It's been busy as far as a lot of stuff I've been going on, but doing well. We've had good stuff going on with show. As far as I've been doing Friday shows, actually, as it's been recently. But this week it's Saturday, as it is. Doing well, and yeah, Dolly Finn is, I guess, asking how your move went. I think we all are as far as that, but hope you've been doing well, and good to see you tonight. As I said, we're gonna go into that as far as the remake here, as is. I'm just gonna let myself die, or fine, get to a point of dying, and then we'll go on to that. If ever let your memories flow on Space Invaders, anything, and the remake. Yeah, it is because of the first in our chat tonight, why we're playing the remake. I'm glad to be doing it. Let's get going. And just to give an idea of this, I will mention a few things, which is we're gonna show off every level. I did unlock everything as far as the classic mode, which you have to go through the main game on normal to get. I also like the extra difficulties for the purpose of running. I will give a brief lip service to the two-player later just to show the idea of how it works. It's properly placed. We're starting on normal. The final worlds are set up on expert and maniacal. We will go to them in a little bit. Everything's set. Let's do a save on this. Good, but my yesterday sucked. My mom and I had to DoorDash all day. And it was late to make her car payment. It was horrible, and we had a late night. I'm sorry. I hope everything's going well. Hope everybody's going well as far as that. And that's, yeah, feel free to sit back and relax. And we're so glad to have you. And thank you for making the request of this game. This is a fantastic game. You were right. This is one that has a lot of unique things and a great evolution on what Space Invaders originally was. And it seems like it kind of goes with some of the other sequels that Taito themselves made, and I guess also explains the reason why Taito gave their full blessing on this game as it is. And you do have the setup of the game, and it being a unique story twist on the original, saying 21 years ago the invaders were defeated with a lot of losses of core cannons, but they're back. We gotta go. We get this aspect of the loading that shows the layout of the common enemies we got. And we show that going on. Good luck, pilot, you're going to need it. Also, just to go into one thing as far as how we're gonna go on this. Each world has 10 stages to them and a boss at the end of level 10. Now, you have to go through the entire game on all your lives, and if you get a game over, you have to start over. But there is a save option. It is a manual save. So what I'm going to do at the end of each world, I'm going to put a save down as far as that is to be set. And there's also a stage select. You actually go on the main menu, hit the circle button. That's all you got to do. And you can select any level you want. But I'm going to be doing that, getting stuff set. He's so sorry. He's like, yeah, I get that idea. I was actually busy with stuff. Doing stuff for, like, my car repairs and things yesterday. Not bad as far as how it was, but stuff I had to get going on. But when I'm set, we got the first planet here. That is Pluto. And it goes to what you said, as make sure I got the audio right. Yes, I do. So make sure that's good. Here we are, Pluto. So we have the invaders, same deal as before. The doot. But we have really great techno music going on here. Here's the deal. You have your invaders. You can still shoot them willy-nilly like the original, but as you shoot them, you get that bar going up. And when you get 4 of the same color hit in a row, you get a power-up. That is on triangle. Hit that. When you do have the red enemies, you get the vertical boost. And you also have the, ouch, the mothership. I unfortunately got shot, so I died. But as they go, you have the power-ups, and it's good stuff. For context, my mom bought some plastic covering my windows. Since it's broken, we moved in. We ended up spending more money than we meant to, hence that we had to DoorDash as far as... I get that for sure. As far as... You do what you gotta do. I understand that completely, and I did make the shot. And there is the mothership. You hit the mothership, there's a power-up. In this case, is a shield. You can take a free shot without getting yourself killed. You got horizontal left with the blue enemies. Basically, shoot the missile and hits an invader. It shoots off on the side and gets a lot of points. And 50,000 points, by the way, gets you a life. And we get to stage 5. It is also a case where you have a bonus area, and if you hit down motherships during those, or some of them, they will give you extra lives, or a extra life. So you do have a lot of opportunities to get lives in this game. So if in that way, it is something that it's not too bad of a case of saying starting the game over again, but you can also save as far as the way the game goes, and also the case that, well, you also can use the stage select, which actually really easy to enter. And when you do the yellow enemies, you get diagonal burst. Hit the triangle button. When it makes contact, it splits off inside, and you can also get something off there. Also, the green, that is a max energy. You get that, and if you have any energy for an enemy type set up, it'll automatically fill the bar, and you can use it right away. And now in this case, they also give you the shields. In this case, the shields can hurt the enemies. Also, they have a mixture of colors now. This is going to be the rest of the game as is. So now, in this case, you have a choice as far as what enemies you want to defeat, and also, how do you want to prioritize your power-ups? So, like, first, you got a point when you said, hey, power-ups are a really great addition as far as this game, because, as I'm also going to get this, that's double missile. Shoot 2 missiles off when you have a shot, as far as that. And you have the mothership round. It's kind of a breather. You shoot the enemies down for points, and I think at about the 5th or so one, you hear that whoop, that means that's an extra life. But you have the choices I'm indicating when it comes to shooting the enemies down to different colors, saying, I have 3 of the green enemies, I can get a horizontal right by shooting this one. But I can also shoot this off and be ready, because when that shoots off, it gets me a horizontal left. And kind of chain it together, and then say, okay, in this case, what do I want to do? I want to hit there, maybe get myself a diagonal burst set off. Because when you hit an enemy of a different color, like I have the blue there, shoot the yellow, it replaces and goes with the yellow instead. So there's a lot of strategy about how to set up this game, as far as how you want to go, because you can still play it the old way, saying just shoot everything the way you used to. And also, they get to the bottom, they will still kill you, but it's also something that they will make it a little more of a flourish. Yeah, we ended up getting a contract violation because we accidentally dropped the delivery of the wrong apartment complex. In our defense, though, they look the same. Yeah, I was that way with cases trying to get stuff from the mail and sent when I first moved where I am. Same color floors and everything. No, I get that as far as it as well. Okay, there's a horizontal left. I'm gonna... Also, it's worth pointing out, if you have something charged up completely, you can shoot the aliens of the other colors and will not break that. It's basically just if you do not have a full setup running on your power-up. So a lot of strategy for this game, in a way, almost like a bit of a precursor to something like Ikaruga, a little bit, which I didn't really actually think was the case. Alright, so we have that, and there's going to be some slowdown, although not too bad. Also, when it comes to the shots, one thing I find very interesting with this game is, even though they're in straight lines, because of the way that it's polygonal, you can also make a trick shot and hit enemies in between to say, no, I don't want to break something, or you can say, no, screw it, just shoot everything. You can do that. Play it that way. Either way. But also cases where you have ability to kind of get other stuff. And there's time stop. What that does is it breaks everything on the screen. That shot that's on the screen, I'm invincible to, and I'm going to shoot everything down and be set. So there's nice stuff as it is going on. Ooh. So it does have a lot of strategy, but it's not something that's unrecognizable from old Space Invaders. So if you're someone who loves old Space Invaders, saying, what are they doing to this? I don't know, I get the sense, probably look at this and say, no, this plays the same, and then says, let's have other stuff on top of it. And also keeps a pretty consistent challenge going on as it is, so in that case, get the power burst. Or also shoot up those things, but they will also break as far as the shields. So you have to be strategic about them, and your shots and the enemy shots also can hurt them. We're at stage 10. And this is the last stage, and then after this we get a boss. And I do want to grab that for the extra missile. Yeah, Mom and I both agreed to never do a double drop-off. It's not worth the money. No, I get that. Actually, I don't know if I've actually ever done something like that as it is, but having said that, in case of it going on. Okay, and that is set there. Okay, it's worth pointing out when the boss comes. you get an enemy drain, or an energy drain, I should say. That means that your power-ups do not work from enemies, but your shields and like the double missiles, they do. Here's the first boss. This is, I'll say what his name is when I kill him. He's moving left and right, and he'll pound down. If he does, that's an instant kill even with the shield, so I want to avoid that because I have double missiles. Basically drain his health bar, and then you win, but he has multiple phases and all the bosses do. In this case, he'll do that. He'll bounce down. He'll also do a little dash to the left or the right. It's towards you, so you have to be kind of far enough away so that he doesn't dash into you because you can get hurt and you can't avoid it. So in this case, basically just wait for him to crash down like that, move to the left or the right, let him go, he'll flip up and then shoot. Always a flash in, that means that that's set. And in his last form, he'll do the pound down, bump, boom, and basically wait till he hits, then go down, then move left and right. And you might want to shoot him as he's doing this, because you can shoot him when he's up like that, but he comes down really quickly. Alright, we got him. Alright, so awesome. By the way, as far as who I just killed, that is Squashy. Or Crusher is also he's known, because they did have to change names in the Japanese version, which is called Space Invaders X, by the way. Okay, and you get your hit percentage, your aliens destroyed, and your time to complete. You do get points on that, and you get bonus points out of that, and there we go. I love the boss in this game. The music is very nice. Yeah, the music, as I mentioned, by Angela Hill, as well as David Grace and Sergio A. Bustamante II. There's some really good cases as far as the music. It creates this great techno vibe. It feels very spacey, but also something that is a good case of, like, dancing music, as far as, like, put that on at a rave or something like that, and have that going. All right, Stage 2, or World 2, that is Neptune. And they also give you the layout at the beginning of each stage saying, hey, on this stage, there's going to be a special kind of invader they add to the pots. In this case, you still get the vertical burst, but you also get those cyan-colored enemies there. All right, now I got hit once with the shield, so I'm set. But I do have that set. I do want to get those set because, yeah, when you shoot that one, they take 2 shots. And the first shot's the only one that counts for your power bar. And I do want to get their power-up, because they have a useful one, and it's different for each level. The boss names, I didn't know that. Actually, as far as the boss names, I had to kind of dig out. I think I found, actually, weird enough, I think it was what was it? Let me get the max energy on, actually, I should have gotten the max energy on that to show off the power-up. Actually, let me get rid of those things, or do a special trick shot to try and get that set. They named it as far as on that Space Invaders Wiki that goes to this game, because I had to search as far as notes to this, what was background, who made this. Well, okay, I learned who made this. Being ZX, the people made the Dave Mirra Freestyle BMX game. Then yes, that does include BMX Triple X. And all the boss names going on as we go. Okay, vertical burst. Okay, let me get rid of. Okay, let me get rid of those. Actually, no, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will shoot this off. That'll go through, and then we get that. Swarm missiles. That is the power up here. It will usually zero in on enemies in a group, so you can get a power up really, really quick. Actually, the manual doesn't really go into that. It goes into stuff of the, not the voice acting, because there isn't voice acting in this. I was going to say, the story of the game. There's more swarm missiles going on. Also, each planet has its own alien special weapon. Yes, it does, which is true as far as giving a case of saying, you know what, giving this game a lot of life. Giving, actually, the case of, Space Invaders, a lot of lore you would think it wouldn't have. Especially for a case of a remake, and I guess the thought that Taito has had this franchise going on for so long, and still sort of does, with sort of new versions of it, kinda. But then for this game, them saying we're gonna have a unique alien type for each stage. And I loved seeing that when I went through. Bar, let's shoot the swarm missiles. And they also look cool, and they're cases where they can be very useful as far as saying, hey, what do I want to do with this? And also being thinking to yourself, well, do I want to save that shot for later? Or shoot between the shields. Which is also another thing. That's the other thing about this game I really love. This is going to be a weird case as far as saying this with Space Invaders, but honestly, the collision detection, because you can kind of shoot through the hole there, like the in-between. It's very specific, but also plays a nice skill on it as well. All right, we have our incoming mothership round. And the good news is I'm getting a lot of lives going on because of the fact it's 50,002 alive. And I'll have to remember on next stage, save. Because, yeah, you do have to go in the menu in order to save as far as that. So if you get a game over, you can continue back from where you last saved. I'll do it at the end of this world. Alright, there we go. So Neptune level 6. The boss here is called, I'll mention that in a second. It's actually not that complicated a boss name to remember. As I said, I also have a link, by the way, to the Space Invaders Wiki page for this. Because actually it's weird. Wikipedia itself does not have a page for this game. And even Twitch did not have a category for this game either. Because you'd think, well, this is a new game. This is not the same as the original. But I still have it categorized as the original because they don't have one for either Space Invaders 1999. I looked for that. I looked for Space Invaders X, which is what it was called for Japan. I looked for Space Invaders EX. That was the Game Boy Advance version of this that came out in 2002. I don't know if you ever played that one. And I guess also with this game, if it was all PlayStation for you. In my case, it was, because this is the version I picked up. As far as the other versions, from what I've understood, the Nintendo 64 version, it doesn't have loading, but it's also because the loading isn't that bad in this game. Also, the intro is just static images without sound to them, which seemed kind of weird. And also, even the cases like slowdown, there's not cases where there's, I think it still has some, and also cases where graphically it looks a little better, but maybe not too appreciably. Not a case where it seems like it's going to make too much of a difference of saying I'd rather run it on Nintendo 64 for a graphical reason. And also in the case of this one, you have that open cinematic, which is good stuff, that Nintendo 64 doesn't have, which is surprising, because this is, actually this came out right when Resident Evil 2 came out on Nintendo 64. That's a game where they squeezed that into 64 megabytes. They put the whole, every FMV sequence of that game into it. Again, that game's a miracle port, really, when you think about it. If you ever played it. Yeah, Angel Studios took that and they said, we're going to take this game that ran on 2 discs on the PlayStation, which it didn't need to. We were left as a good time stop. When we get time stop, that means that the aliens will freeze, or the invaders will freeze, so they're free for the picking and shoot up the swarm missiles. But also sometimes they'll change, so you get a sense that it sets up, boom, shoot out more, and you're going to decimate the field. And it feels like you earn that very well, so not a case where it seems like it's cheap either, because maybe that might be an argument against this as a level 10. Okay, so let me see what I want to do on this. And you do have your choice also of which enemies you shoot down. Say, I need the horizontal left power-up, that'll help, or miss the shot completely there. Yeah, good memories. There's also the same author who introduced me to Kingdom Hearts. There you go. The case of people who know, well, fine, your family, going back to family that way, but also the case of people who had some great memories and introduced the game to you. In fact, I mentioned that a couple times when it came to my cousin Ace Riverside, who's been on the show a couple times in chat. As we got the boss here, this is Ladybird, or Shell, as is known. In this case, hit the shell on the side and be careful when it shoots out lasers. It almost turns into like a bullet hell, almost like as I said, the Ikaruga parallel is not off necessarily because of the case that you sometimes get into tough positions where you have to kind of move very minutely left and right to avoid that. Basically break the shot off, and then for next form, it's going to shoot out that way, but you also can't shoot through these shots. You have to be very specific going, Careful going that way. There you go. Case of your aunt introducing you, and introduced you to this game, and from what you mentioned, it seems like she had really great taste, honestly, but also giving a sense of, hey, look at this great case. And I don't know necessarily in her case if she'd played Space Invaders, if she discovered it the same way of saying, hey, I love the original, and they remade it, and said, wow, they really remade it well. Definitely a good case. Okay, in this case, I have the last form. The last form is actually one of the easiest. He'll just crush down the ground. Basically just move to the left and right, wait till he hits down, and then fire, and we go. So there you go, family memory, because, yeah, going back to my cousin Ace Riverside, just to mention that briefly. He was the one who introduced me to Streets of Rage, and also to Golden Axe in particular, as far as other aspects. I'm also loving living here, by the way. The amount of seafood restaurants is insane. There you go. So cases, you're going to definitely have a lot of good cases going around as far as that. There's so many, and so many to sample, as it's going to be. Actually, that's been the case with me sometimes when I've gone to new areas. Case of what's around, what can I do as far as sampling, who can I take with that, and all that stuff. Forward to see what's going on. I'm glad you're doing well as far as enjoying as far as what that is, because I know it's a big case as far as that. It's always a big commitment as you go as far as something like that. And yeah, I was glad to have you as far as that. George is really nice. So yeah, George is on our mind tonight, indeed, as far as Dolly Finn's concerned. And Electros that way. It's a good case as far as that. And on this level, our enemies are the blockers. And they do give you, I love the special ability layout they give you on this one. And it's so nice you're enjoying. Absolutely. I'm glad everybody is enjoying. It sounds like everybody's doing pretty well tonight. Even in cases where maybe we had stuff going on, like, oh, we got to deal with all this annoying stuff or frustrating stuff. Like, God, I wish we didn't have to go through this. Well, you came through it. You did go through, even as horrible as it was. I get that idea. And here you are, relaxing. All the troubles are out of the way that way, too. Actually, my friend just brought me peaches from back from there. There you go. You have the Georgia peaches as well. There you go. I do not have peaches on myself tonight as far as this. And they also give you the hint as far as certain things of what they're going to do with the alien. Just going back to that briefly, which is the blocker has two metallic side pieces. They'll catch fire, they'll shoot outwards, and there's kind of a delay when they go away after a death. As we're going to Uranus, as far as that, also I'm going to do a save briefly. Yeah, you press the start button and you can pull up the save on any stage. I will put it right here. Alrighty. It's beautiful. We're slowly getting used to the area, and then we managed to get home from Adiz without having to use GPS. Now, I get that idea. That's also the other thing. Understanding, like, lay of land as far as where you go, and getting a sense of being able to know that, so within a couple of years, maybe a few months, or a few days even, perhaps, in case that, yeah, I know everywhere here. I can get stuff going on that way. Alright, there you go. So those are the enemies there. They do the split into fire. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the enemies there, blast off there, and oh, no, you get down to the bottom, which is definitely something I should have avoided. But I do have a lot of lives. That's good, but those can get out of the way quickly. And I guess then what I also probably should do is pay attention to where or when the motherships come up, because they will give me a power-up that goes with that. In fact, I will do that. And same deal as the arcade game, where you do want to time your shot as they go. Oh, right, yeah, the grocery store, Adiz? Ah, okay, my shield went away. Yeah, that's the thing, they didn't die right away. It's like, oh, get out of the way, as far as the fire. Okay, so, let me think about how I want to handle this. Because I do want to show off, I will show off all the powers, as far as that are all the power-ups, I should say. Perfect. So I get them in distance of 4, so boom, boom. Except, yeah, the fire blocked me, so I have to get that set. There's another one of those, but I might be wasting too much time. Oh, right, laser! Yeah, look at that! Oh my god, it clears the field, but I still get myself killed. Yeah, Uranus is always my favorite planet. I mean, based on how it looks, based on, well, the power-up. This might be the best power-up in the game, as far as the ones that are unique to stages, because it's a total laser clear. Perfect. But I'm going to hold on to that to the next level. Yeah, because I will say that some of the power-ups you get on stages are more useful than others. If you're ever going to more memories of what you got on this game, let's see. Yeah, laser, there you go. So, laser! In this case, I do want to try and get another one, because it can decimate the field pretty quickly. And the case of playing to the strategy of Space Invaders, which I think makes it a really great remake when you really think about it, and one that, as I said, I didn't know as far as who doesn't love a fuck you laser? Yeah, indeed. No, I agree with that as far as that idea. Right. That is the concept. I think Nocturne might have mentioned that concept once. And I knew I did an edit when we did Sonic Mania about the I'm a farm laser. And when Metal Sonic hit me and then it died. But I get that, especially for the gameplay method. Actually, also, one thing I guess we can go into as far as this, well, more memories and more stuff as far as what you got. Anything you got in your mind, chat, you know how it is. We're open book on this. But also, I guess in case of something you mentioned, like first when we did Tetris Attack, and we brought this up every so often, that being the concept of remakes of classic arcade games. Yeah. Because this was the time where we were getting a lot of these. Because after Frogger came out in particular on PlayStation, I don't know if you ever played that, I haven't, so I don't know if it's any good or not. It was not well received at the time, but I don't know if that means it's a bad game or not. It might be one of those things, maybe in the rearview mirror it looks better, or maybe other stuff looks better or worse depending on what it is, as I get the shield. And I'm running through my life, so I have to be very careful on this, because I'm not. But having said that, the case that this was kind of at the time we were getting tons of remakes of that, but it was interesting seeing how this one in particular, and some of the other ones also at the time, were doing interesting things to kind of capture the feeling of the original game they were based on. Because now we talked about Asteroids Hyper for Nintendo 64, so do have that. We'll do that one eventually as well when I scope it. And also Centipede, which I picked up the Dreamcast version of when it was a too many games. So I'll definitely show that. Also, like first, I found a copy of On the Ball on Super Nintendo. It was out there. I'm so glad I did. As soon as I saw, oh my god, On the Ball, Electverse wanted to see this, and I found it. We will play it for the show. I was so psyched when I found it. Like, oh my god, I found this game. Actually, there was a lot of games I know Chad asked for that I found when I went out there a couple of weeks ago. At that point, a lot of my other friends just like, I was mentioning even completely this to them, saying, oh, I got this because my chat wanted to see these things. He's like, what is this game? What's that game? Or actually, what was On the Ball was the question. I was like, oh, it's this great arcade game from Taito, and my chat asked for it. I want to show it. It is really good, as far as a really good a good version of Camel Tree for Super Nintendo. It almost is unrecognizable from the arcade, but as you mentioned, it has extra levels going on that the arcade version did not have. I'll grab that shield, and there we go. Yeah, we're just in another era of remakes and remasters right now when you think about it, just like the 90s were. I mean, that's another thought, which, yeah, we can talk about that. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Get the laser. Boom. It's so much fun to hit that, you know? I love that. Yeah, and that is true as far as, I guess, that with games and movies, but also a lot of with games, I guess, of cases where they're saying we're going to remake other games. And I guess, let me think about this. As far as stuff I played recently, I know there's the remake of The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. That was one. I know there's the Final Fantasy remakes, or Final Fantasy 7 remakes, I should say, Remake and Rebirth, and whatever they called the third one. And a lot of others. And I guess it's interesting to see, I guess, what is going to be going on with arcade games as far as getting remade, because I don't know if I've necessarily seen a ton of those where they're saying we're going to do something like that now, but back then we did have tons. And there we go, Laser Blaster, because unfortunately I can't, as great as the Laser Blaster is, I cannot use that on the boss, which we're not at yet. So yeah, I can use it now. I can get another case of it. So yeah, I just destroy them. I just get another laser, or I get a vertical burst, and I'm at least able to get the laser set up that way. So fantastic. All right, there's the that. I do want to get another. Oh wait, did I get? Oh yeah, I did get the double shot. As far as how that is. That's vertical burst. It also can hit the any of the weapons you get as I got double shot. It can hit the mothership, although you generally speaking are going to be using it just to destroy the invaders more than the mothership. Or you can just use the shield saying, yeah, run into my shield, and then he ran into the shield. Boom, it's gone. As we got the boss here is called Rotator. Although actually, it's also known as George Harrison. You're wondering how. Because apparently it's a beetle. And this one is a case he's moving left and right. You have to shoot the sides where the cannon's going off and avoid the blasts. So it's also a case that you're not just standing still or just shooting crazily as far as these bosses. You do have to think about what the strategy is. Whoa! I do the shield still. Okay, so I got him. When I do that, what's gonna happen is you're gonna shoot the laser blast out like that. So again, like Ikaruga, or like a bullet hell game. Basically just go around. And also when it does the laser blast, he will tilt to where you are. So basically wait till he tilts and then move out of the way, like this. Like right there. Basically just move that way so you can kind of get your way out without getting hit, and I got him. Okay. Did you say George Harrison? Yes, I did. You know what? I'll tell you, since I'm on case as far as doing the thing with the save and also with the loading. Let me get that. I'm just gonna drop this in the chat now. I'll also put it into the link list when I edit. Yeah, in the chat there, that is the Space Invaders fandom, or the Space Invaders Wiki. They do name the bosses in this. And I guess this is where they came from. I mean, okay, a question of if this is actually accurate, if people pulled these names out. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll trust it for now as far as what it is, because this was all I could find as far as information on the game. The manual I don't think says anything about this. Let me look at the manual since I got it up, because I did buy this game complete in the box. Let's see. Alright, they talk about the... Okay, actually, no, they do call... Actually, wait a second. They do name... Let me go back to this a little bit. Okay, they named the boss of the first world. They named a Crush boss. Or Crush. Is that what I took down? A Crusher. So maybe it's not official. I think I'm realizing now. They called the one Ladybird and Shell, they called Shell Boss. Blocker is the enemy type from Uranus that we just saw. Let's see. Switcher was the flying thing from Neptune that we saw. Okay, Rotator Boss is what the boss here is named. Actually, wait a second. Okay, fine. Holy shit, it is called that. Okay, yes, let me also say this. I am looking at the manual. And let me go to the loading screen for this just to get it to load. So I'll read out the manual, and I'll have a link to the manual, by the way. I guess these aren't official because the manual calls the first boss Crush Boss. It calls the second boss Shell Boss. It calls what we just fought Rotator Boss, saying little is known about Rotators. No tank pilots ever survived an encounter with it except us. However, we gathered from radio transmissions of flight recorder information is a large UFO-shaped being with a multitude of attacks, including 2 large front-mount turrets which fire energy bursts and massive energy bursts fired from the rear. Capable of tracking a tank's position fairly well, so keep moving and don't stay still. Your tank is history. And then next we have Circle Boss, then Turret Boss, then Pulse Boss, then Slither Boss, then the Golem, and then the extra one. So I guess then maybe that's not official. Okay, they're the names that they say out of the Space Invaders Wiki for this. So they call George Harrison. I mean, that goes to the idea of the Beatles references in games. Because we played Earthbound. Earthbound was the case that had a lot of references to that. There was the German version of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time that was like that, where they named the Carpenters in Gerudo Valley after them. But only that version. And it was only the German version that did that. You'd think every PAL version would have done that. But yeah, there you go. So, interesting thing to find. That's also why I'll go in the notes on the games. I might find stuff, interesting stuff where it's kind of a question of, is this actually official or not? I don't know if people want to pin down the people who made this at Z-Axis and said, by the way, is this really what you meant? Is this wiki right? Maybe, maybe not. But either way, there you go, as we're going to Saturn. Also, I'm going to save at Saturn. Just to make sure, and then do a mic pull. I'm also making sure to avoid audio problems on this by doing that. So let's do an overwrite, and we'll be right back. Also, I probably will edit past the dead air on that, as far as when I do mic pulls. Just go that. Okay, so here we're at Saturn. The main enemy here is the Angler. This is an interesting one as far as what they got, but it's also something that, to start, it's kind of hard to capitalize on what you got here. Also, you have to be careful with their shots, because oftentimes they will shoot in... You're seeing a lot of the other invaders, they're shooting off in directions. I'm also going to try and get a trick shot. Shooting past that... Okay, tried to shoot past the blue one. Okay, I can't afford to wait now. Okay, horizontal right, hit it. There you go. So sometimes you can wait to try and get the power-ups you want. Okay, there we go. So that enemy, the Angler is shooting on the side. So that's you have to be careful. It kind of shoots in left and right. But also cases, yeah, if you wait too long, you're going to be vulnerable because they'll keep coming down. Also, let's see. Can I get... Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and get that set. Can I... Okay, I can do split off there. There we go. Alright. And then let me try and shoot through the yellow. Almost. You can make the shot. Yeah, got it. Okay, boomerang. Now, the boomerang, I don't know if it's that useful, but it does cover a large ground. I'll say that. It sure looks cool. Oh, I see why they call her anglers. Okay. Yeah, as I said, it is interesting to think about, like, what's the lore of this Space Invaders game. And as I said, when we looked at Majestic 12 in Title Legends 2 a couple months ago, when I played that, and when I was getting ready to do that show, that was when the light bulb was starting to go off in my head, when I was realizing, wait a second, this remake of Space Invaders we're looking at tonight, I'm convinced that Activision and Z-Axis people who made this, they had to have looked at Taito's stuff. And Taito did sign off on this, as I mentioned. This is not one of those cases where they said, oh, by the way, we made this game and, you know, it was all their own doing. I mean, it's not like... I guess the best example I can think of, one of the best examples I'm thinking on top of my head is... Okay, I hit the boomerang off weirdly, so I'm gonna not get much of a shot on that one. I guess one example of that, I guess, would be, NBA Jam, because NBA Jam was a case where Midway made the arcade version. They went to Acclaim to port it in the home, like they did with Mortal Kombat, but then Acclaim, we mentioned this when we played Midway Echo Treasures 2, briefly. I put an edit in for this. Acclaim basically was able to take the rights for NBA Jam away from Midway to say, oh, we're going to control this now. We're going to make every other version of this, starting with NBA Jam Extreme on the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn. And Midway basically said, okay, you're wondering why was NBA Hang Time and Showtime called that, not like new NBA Jam? It's because of what happened with Acclaim. And in that case, Midway didn't have anything to do with it. Unless you count Tim Kitzrow doing voice work for... Actually, wait. No, I gotta think about this. Did Tim Kitzrow do the voice work for any of the Acclaim specific NBA Jam games? I don't know if he did for Extreme. I know he didn't for NBA Jam 99 and 2000, because that was Marv Albert did the music, the commentary for both of those. And they did have Tim Kitzrow for NBA Showtime, which was that was the Midway game from 1999. But unlike that one, say, or those, where it was a case where Midway had the license, somehow Acclaim got it, and then they went out of business, and then it went up completely free, and EA got it for their versions in 2009. This is a case where Z-Axis and Activision, they had the rights to this license, but it was also something that, I guess, they had Taito's involvement, and Taito's name is on the box for this one, as it is on every version. So at that case, pretty much saying, well, they are modeling it after Majestic 12, and I don't know if people went into that, either when this game came out, because I didn't even know Majestic 12, it existed until like a few years ago. Actually, no, last year when I bought Taito Legends 2, it wasn't until that. First, I said, Majestic 12, what is this? And I was looking over the notes as far as what is this game for the show, and we're doing that. I said, wait, this is a Space Invaders game. But that case is like, wait a second, but that also had a similar concept like this, where you could get power-ups out of that, and it also had something where you had enemies like with split in halves. And when we looked at that a few months ago, I said, yeah, consider a prelude to the game tonight, and it clearly was, as is the case. Alright, you got an extra life, fantastic. But I do need to clear some of the invaders out. And I will also show off the other difficulties, because as I mentioned, the other planets are locked behind it, the last two, I should say. Alright, so let me think about how I want to handle this. I guess we'll do the boomerang. The thing about the boomerang is it goes in an arc, which makes sense. Okay, I want to see that. Okay, so it goes diagonally from where you are. Alright, I want to see something. I'm going to get it again, because I just want to see what's the strategy to use this. Or maybe like first you know, because you're the expert on this game of all of us, because you're the one who's had this experience. Because Dolphin mentioned I played the original, but not this one. I played the original and its other versions, and then this one later, getting ready for the show. And by the way, I did not play this when it was out new, either on Nintendo 64 or on PlayStation, or on anything else. Even when it was on the Game Boy Advance, which I didn't even know it had a Game Boy Advance port. I mean, it's a different named game, so I guess that's the reason why, that being Space Invaders EX. And it is straight porting this, as opposed to the Game Boy Color version, which is based on the lore of this one, as we have our boss here, which that wiki calls it donut or circle. Yeah, in this case, it's actually not hard to boss. Basically, you hit the laser and you hit the front of it. When they do the flashing, just get out of the way, because you don't want to be in the way when that laser goes off, and just keep shooting. But also be careful of the missile that comes out of that one. Actually, it's almost like something out of Gradius 5 on the PlayStation 2. Gradius 5. I was gonna say, the one Treasure made was on the PS2, which I downloaded on PS3 because it costs a fortune, and he's dead. And fine, I died and he died as well. It was a kamikaze mission. I didn't know there was, wait. Okay, we're back. I got my life back anyway, so fine. I didn't know there was a Game Boy Color version. Yeah, as far as that, just to go on that briefly, because when this came out, it was on Nintendo 64 a month after it came on PlayStation. It was also on the PC. It was Crawfish Interactive who made the Game Boy Color version. From what I looked at this, I haven't played it, but from what I saw, it has the same box art as this game does from PlayStation and every other version. I'll have a picture of the box art as I'm talking, saying this, and I'll have a picture of that Game Boy Color version. It does not have the power-up system of this one. What that one does, from what I've seen of it, it gives you selections of different tanks that have different attributes to themselves. Some go faster, some will have faster shots and things like that as well. And Donut's one of the easier bosses. Yeah, which is kind of surprising to me. It's like, wait a second. I would have thought at this point this would be something where it would be harder than some of the other ones. But I guess in that case, knowing how to handle it, but also being a bit different. But then that Game Boy Color version, I said, it's not exactly the same as this. But then it came on the Game Boy Advance as Space Invaders EX in 2002. And it does have the power-up system that this does. It's actually interesting kind of looking at that. I guess that case of, so I always mentioned this, things they ported to the Game Boy Advance you didn't know they ported. Because I know the launch of the system, they had a lot of stuff from Super Nintendo, like Pitfall of the Mind Adventure and Super Mario Bros. 2, the Super Mario All-Stars version. But then Rayman from PlayStation was on that. And they ported this one. And then other ones like Silent Scope. Like, how the hell do they port Silent Scope to the Game Boy Advance? Or Tron 2.0, was like, that's another one, how do they do that? But then the case of saying, yeah, I guess they did, as far as how it is. Alright, for our next stage, we are going to Jupiter. For Jupiter, we have Freezer. They will not remain in formation if they have a clear shot. They fire down and fire a beam at 2 seconds of the ground. So he'll come down and they'll try and hit you close and personal, so you gotta be careful of that. And I'm gonna save as is here. May as well just do this every case, just so we'll get a sense of it. Is that this is also the way that I'll be able to get through this game without getting a game over and having to start the whole thing over again, or cheating. That being said, I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna promise that for the harder difficulties, but we will show off all the levels, I promise that. So let's do the save. And not too long for the save. Not too long for the loading, although I will say this. On my tests, my copy of this is in pretty good condition, but I noticed in some cases of my tests, some of the load screens held longer than I expected them to. And I looked at the disc again. I think there might be a few tiny scratches on it, but I didn't actually notice it until I was doing practice on this the other day. So if it does hang, it looks like it's hanging. I'm not going to say the game froze exactly, unless it's really long, so I'll vamp until that case. But in the meantime, let's keep going with Jupiter. So with Jupiter, it does look really nice, and it's not like actual Jupiter as far as the planetary case, going back to your days of learning about the solar system in grade school, which is the weight of the planet is so strong it can crush human beings. And there goes the freezer coming down on the ground and doing the laser. So you have to time it when they come down, and their power-up is the acidic cloud. I love this, which is you do a shot, it hits it, and when you hit an enemy with it, it throws up an acid cloud that will, in some cases, either target into other invaders or go up on the screen and catch anything that's within the side of it. You do have to be very specific, and you do have to make contact with something in order for it to go, but it can get rid of the enemies pretty quick. Boom. I said, yeah, the idea that on Jupiter would be crushed to death, although the tank is set well enough. And to think the idea of like what that came from is the idea of the Magic School Bus. Because say this about the Magic School Bus, and we haven't shown games based on that yet, and I have a couple on the PC I'd like to show. I know Nikki wanted to show a few of those too. And there's the Sega Genesis one that's by the people who made Echo the Dolphin. I'm not joking. That maybe we should show. But they basically said, yeah, this is a fantasy, so yeah, you can't take the bus here and go on to the planet this, otherwise you can get crushed to death. Or on the TV show when Arnold takes his helmet off on Pluto because his sister isn't listening. Yeah, he's not going to come back from, he's not going to come back with a cold. He's not going to come back with a cold. He's going to have a frozen head or maybe worse. So yeah, he's going to die if he does that because of the lack of oxygen. So it's like, yeah, give credit to the idea that they're not necessarily saying to kids, you know what, yeah, you're going to be fine. But I guess they'll open with like, yeah, we're not going to be fine. But as actually one of the games will show, that being the one about exploring the human body, they say, yeah, driving the bus into the mouth of Arnold, that could not happen in real life, not even to him, but we had to make it happen. Otherwise, this would be a trip to a museum instead of a trip to the body. Like, you're right. We all see as far as how the human body works going inside of it. We got to take some creative liberties, and the idea of being able to do that. And I guess, well, sort of the same case. I guess the Space Invaders in the sense that, well, us having the tank here, although given the story lore in the manual that says that they took Days of the Cold War as far as this and said, we're going to create the tank with secret technology from the Pentagon, which sounds almost like a Metal Gear Solid thing, honestly, when you really think about it. You could make the case that no, there is online to that. Or maybe that's something that is in one of the Metal Gear Solid games that I have not either played or finished. We do have Metal Gear Solid Delta coming out next month as far as that, which I know we're going to do Metal Gear Solid 3 eventually. I don't know. Do we want to do that one? If we're going to be showing it off, especially since it does have the same voice track as the original version. As we got the Mothership bonus stage. And assuming it comes out all right, although as I'm seeing it, I think Konami's got that one. I don't think that one's going to be a problem. Because it looks amazing based on what they've shown. And we'll definitely do that game as is. I mean, if I don't do Subsistence on the PlayStation 2, I can do that one. Because actually, the PlayStation 5 version is going to have the Ape Escape missions in it. And actually, every other version is going to have Bomberman missions in it. So that's going to be something interesting to kind of see going on that way. Okay. Yeah, we're going all right so far, and I do have tons of lives, so I guess I'm getting better at this. Because even when I was doing my practice, my thought was, I'll level with you. When it came to the setup of this game first, I said, I want to do this for summer. I want to try and get this going, because I've mentioned it enough. Like, what's the viewer request for the month going to be? But I also said to myself, I was thinking this a few months ago, I started playing it, I said, wait a second, the fact that there's no continue from a game over, am I going to need 15 months of practice like Contra Hardcore for this? And I realized, no I don't, because there is a manual save. But you do have to remember save, and when you get so much in the moment of this game, Sometimes I forget. Like, wait, I can go save. In fact, on the second stage, I forgot to do that, as there's these acid flood again. But then a case of saying, okay, I can do that, but there's like, wait, there is a code for stage select, so if it gets really bad, I can do that. But then I'm saying, well, I find the happy medium. So actually, in this way, it kind of plays to a lot of different skill levels of saying, yeah, you can cheat to go through the game and see all the levels and unlock everything, or you can do it in one shot, or you can say, just remember to do saving. So great case as far as that, and let me go get them. In this case, I'm not going to get much. Actually, I also got to remember, what level am I on? I'm already losing myself in the moment of this game as is. It's saying, what level do I get to? All right, let me try to see. Okay, I was going to try and do the trick shot to get the green one out. Okay, he's going there. In that case, just wait till he goes. Wait till he stops firing, and boom, got him. Okay, level 9. Okay, so I do have some time to still use the power-up. I basically just want to make sure I don't have a power-up off in before I get to the end of stage 10. Because that's the one thing, you can't use the enemy power-ups on a boss, and that's... I mean, it does show... I mean, that's a good case, I guess, of saying, well, don't get used to these power-ups, or don't become reliant on them, I guess, or know how they work and know how to get them, and basically plan your strategy out that way. And that's why, above anything else, I think, just to give my ideas what I'm thinking with this game, I love the idea that this game has a lot of strategy to it. Not that the original didn't have it, of course it did, but that this adds even more. As I said, so we've talked the idea of like the flight shooting games before of things, and when I was playing this, I kept thinking, I was like, this is like Ikaruga. I was like, oh yeah, Ikaruga is the same thing from Treasure. We've previewed that on the show before. We'll do it as a full show, and I do owe Careerish its spiritual predecessor, that being Radiant Silvergun from Sega Saturn. And that is the case that it has that dual polarity case where you have the enemy bullets and things, but also you have to be very specific with your shots to increase your points, as we have Boss. Boss here is, shit, I was not looking in the screen. Sticky, or Bunker. He's the missiles, he's doing like the GoldenEye sound, the boot. And by the way, to do that, to take care of him, you can shoot the missiles down, you can also shoot the shields, you might want to do that. But you can also shoot on the side and say, he's there, I can hit him on the side even when he's hidden behind that. So you're like, oh no, I have to hit him before, or I have to get rid of the shield first. If you shoot just right, you can hit him. But the idea is they do intend you to take the shields down. Ouch. And I'll get himself shot. And he's shooting them out himself. It's not that those shields are going to be what's going to shoot out the missiles. Ouch. I went right on that one. Why to do that? Yeah, it is the same sound as the rocket launcher from GoldenEye, as is the case. Actually, also... Okay, there we go. So I got one of the shields down. Actually, I think I checked this on my practice, which is... I just avoid getting hit by that. Thank God I didn't. Which is... you hit him, it's not hitting the shields where you're gonna die, or you're gonna hurt him. That would be an interesting case if you get him into explosion or something, but alright, shit, I'm losing a lot of my lives here, I gotta be careful. Because I do have a lot still, but I also have to be careful. And you can shoot the missiles down, so it's just like old Space Invaders that way, where if you have you're dead shot, and I somehow got him, even though I lost too many lives in the process, you can shoot down the shots as they bring them down. So actually, a lot of your skill from Space Invaders Original is going to go into this one as well, which I do really like. All right, and there is a point set up. Okay, so next stage, we are going to Mars. And on Mars, let's see. Hold on, wait a second. Yeah, no, that was right. Okay. Yeah, Pulse is our boss here, although on Mars... Oh, yeah, fine, they call it Pulse Boss in the manual as well, so it's the same. Okay, Bursters are what here. Yeah, this is an interesting one as far as what they are. You shoot them, they explode into energy bolts that spread across, so you gotta be careful when it comes to avoiding shots from them. Alright, so get your ass to Mars and D's. Those are those orange things, by the way, as far as what they are. And yeah, exactly what you said, like for earlier, the case that this game gives you unique enemy types on every stage, so you always have something to look forward to when you get to a new stage. Also, their shots, they go slow with those red, I guess, saw beams, and then they also do those, and I shoot, like, oh boy. And I didn't even hit by that, I got hit by one of the other enemy blasts. They will spread out as you hit them, so you can be in the middle and avoid it, but you also can get a case of being, saying, oh, I gotta get out of the way. Whoa. And there's Diagonal Burst. Yeah, and all the other ones, as far as the other power-ups, the red, blue, green, and yellow ones, they're on every stage. So if you like those ones, you'll be able to have them throughout the entire game. Alright, the one you get here, this is the sine wave. As far as the missile, I'm gonna use that on the next stage. It cuts through the field pretty nicely, but it's also the case, since it goes in a sine wave, it's not gonna necessarily hit everything here. This great stuff with the soundtrack. There we go. It does cover a decent amount of field, though. So it is like the boomerang a little bit in the sense that it's not something that's gonna... I would not necessarily rely on it to hit tons of things, but if you aim it right, I think that's the other thing also with the boomerang and really any of these weapons. If you know how to aim it, which sometimes is the case where you have to practice around with it, you can get a lot of hits going on, and it can be very, very useful. In this case, usually like, hey, there's a huge number of enemies on the field. I want to get rid of them quick. There you go. And then combine with something else, and then get another, the green icon, and get the vertical burst set. So you can kind of combine them in unique ways that way too. Or I can get, oh, as I say, that was, no, time stop is the gold clock. I was saying, yeah, the items, wait a second. I was going to do the Sonic Adventure 2 thing of time stop. But like, yeah, oh, and you can also shoot those down as it is as well. Also, there's a piece of music in some game where there's time stop. Oh, fine, it's an hourglass, never mind. Yeah, touch spinning hourglass and freeze everything for 5 seconds, going to, Nick Arcade. And, alright, when it died, it came out and shot out more. Actually, I didn't notice that in the background. The case that you actually saw, like, a car or something, like a, I guess, like a, I don't know, like a light rail thingy going through the tube there. I'll have a picture showing what happened. Ooh, I am just right in the middle. It's like, ugh. It's one of those games, like, any more off, and I'm gonna be getting myself killed, and, oh, I didn't have enough for that. Alright, I do want to try and get the sine wave, because it's what I'm closest to. Or try and hit that and see, we'll get the shield, that's number 1. And then, almost, yeah, just, there we go, because I need to get it off the side. Oh, here we go. No, fine, I shouldn't be trying to be fancy. But it's a great risk reward, I'll tell you that's what it is, and I think it really sets this apart, even against other games in this franchise that have power-ups and even the ones that don't. Alright, there you go. Okay, so another shield. By the way, it's worth pointing out also the shields, they will not stack. So if you get more than one, you do not take more than one hit. Or you can't survive more than one hit. So I guess in that way, it's like the shields from Sonic the Hedgehog in the sense that when you get one and you get another one, it's not a case where you'll be protected from two hits. You just get protected from one. Okay, in this case, alright. I was saying I can get those over there, but also I need to be careful because, yeah, those coming in distance. Ugh. But also, in this case, you haven't killed too many, it is going to be turning into like an Ikaruga case where it's like, yeah, it's bullet hell. And coming down, I'm dead. Also, when you die, it's worth pointing out your power-up blast as far as having an icon there, it goes to nothing. I had to restart Twitch. Wait a second, is the feed going out? Hang on, let me just kill him and I'll check this. Yeah, hang on, let me just check that. I don't know if the feed went out. Okay, no, okay, I guess it didn't. Thank you for indicating it. Yeah, it looks like it's fine on my end. Also, it's worth pointing out, if anything does go wrong, just go on that as far as... I realize this on every stream we do, for some reason. I guess maybe because of how my tech works. I do have the video going, and I weirdly have run into this a lot. Where we've had cases where we do shows, and when we do them, if we have tech problems with this, at least nowadays, it will, what was it? It will be fine on the recording, as far as the raw file I have. So in that case, yeah, usually it's something that, even if it looks weird on your end, I've run this weirdly enough on Twitch myself when watching other streams, or sometimes it'll go out for me ways it will not for the people on the other end. So, and in some cases, there's been people I know like doing streaming. I was like, wait, I can barely watch them. Actually, it was the case with Crochet Nerd 64. I was trying to watch streams when he was doing them, but also cases where I can't watch it. It's like going in and out. Like, why is it going in and out? I said, was it showing anything on your end when you were doing it? He's like, no, it was fine on my end. So if nothing else, yeah, at least we'll have that going, so that if anything goes wrong tech-wise, I can at least cover it from the edit. You once said thank God for the edits. You were absolutely right about that. You were more right about that than you knew, I think, and even than I knew, and I should have waited going that way. Also, the game is actually not dissimilar to something like Asteroids, any version of Asteroids, really, where when you do have a case of dying and there's shots coming down, they will not put you down back on the field when there are shots that are in the way. So it's not a case where you're going to be getting yourself killed, coming back from a death. Like, wait a second, they put me in front of a shot. But at least I got the double shot. I do want to grab that. And if you don't get the power-ups from the mothership quickly, they'll go away, and you do not have much of a warning as far as when it goes away. So basically, just get it when you can. Also, let me see. I can also run that into him. Also, it's worth pointing out, when you run the shields into an enemy like that, every shot you do or that the enemy makes on it will damage it, and I believe it's 10 hits about, and then it goes away. But you do not get energy for killing an invader that way. Mars has been my least favorite planet in the sense that it feels like it's phoned in. I guess phoned in the sense of what? The way it's laid out, the way that the power-up is, the way that the music is. There's a piece of music from something that sounds kind of similar to this as far as the instruments, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if I'd say that this is a phoned in case as far as the music, or if that's something to it. Feel free to go on that as we go. And I'm gonna try and get that, and then no. Okay, I shouldn't be waiting. I should be using the sine wave. I guess everything about it. Okay, so I mean, all right. We can talk about depictions of Mars in game. All right, here's the other thing. I guess to say, I don't know if Mars is supposed to be the red planet. There's not much of that here, although I guess then, I mean, Doom wasn't like that, I guess, to a certain degree. Actually, this kind of looks like Doom a little. You know, actually, in a way, it almost looks like the in-between map things of Doom a little. But also, I guess a case where maybe that felt more, I guess, like an alien planet a little bit, whereas the other ones, they might have that stronger identity themselves a bit. So I get that idea. I'm glad you're indicating that as well, because since you're the expert as far as this, of knowing this game and having experience, honestly, what you're saying about it, I think maybe carries a little bit more weight than what I'm saying, in the sense that you played this game, I guess, what, was it when it came out, I guess? Probably, I guess, it was not when it came out, Jesus, that was close. It was probably pretty close, I think, uh-oh. Okay, there, we got it. Okay, good, level 10. So I can at least use this and then get rid of, the field. Well, let's get rid of that now. Also, just pointing out, when you kill something with the sine wave, actually, if I take it back, when you kill anything, or if you kill, the special, invaders with any of the, power-ups, crap, I was gonna go for that double shot. By the way, when you die, you can't go pick up the double shot, because it'll disappear too quickly. Yeah, when you kill, the special invaders with any of the power-up weapons, they will not have their specific properties, like shooting off, like, hey, it splits into bullets. It will not do that. Alright, we got Pulse. This is the boss here. This is actually pretty damn hard, because you have 3 of these things here. They're shooting out tons and tons of lasers. So what you want to do is you want to get rid of one of them as quickly as you can, and find where the safe spot is where you can be to not get hit. And also remember, if you shoot at those blasts, that blocks your shots. Because you kill one of them as soon as you can, and then when they tilt, make sure you're in the way so that you shoot them to have as much of a free shot as you can, and also make sure you're not going to get hit by the other. And then the last part, okay, this is where it gets hard. So you have bullet hell shooting, consider preview and get to Toho, or Ikaruga again, or Rain Silvergun again, or name any bullet hell shooter you want. Because, yeah, you gotta dodge very specifically. I love it actually is challenging you that way, saying you're on offense and you're on defense at the same time, and he will never stop shooting until you kill him. So you have to be very careful and just keep firing, and, yeah, I got hit and died. I'll say this, I like the boss here, but it also is one of the hardest bosses so far. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, whoa. Almost. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing as much damage again because the laser blast is blocking. Blech. You just keep hitting X, but also make sure you're dodging out of the way. Almost. Got him. Woo! That was close. Damn. Wow, that seems very difficult. Hi, Reese the Worthing Doge. So good to see you tonight for the remake of Space Invaders, the 1999 one. It's also called Space Invaders X. We're playing on the PlayStation. You ever play this? So good to see you tonight. Feel free to let memories fall on Space Invaders as a franchise, and also this game. And also, just to update you from last week, I was able to get a copy of Digimon All-Star Rumble. I know you want to see that, and my copy of Digimon Racing came in the mail today. So I've got that set for we're going to look at next year as far as the Game Boy Advance game, and I'll as far as that, but I'll also scope Digimon All-Star Rumble. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Had a good weekend so far. Enjoying your night as we are going to this. I'm also going to say I forgot to do that because we are at Venus, the second to last planet on the normal difficulty. Alrighty, so for this one, you get actually some of the hardest enemies to take out. Those purple things. I'm very nervous about them, so I'm actually going to take out everything on the side to show them. Yeah, they're the kamikaze enemies. You shoot them, they'll come down towards you and try and crash. You can also shoot them as they come down and get double energy off of them. But you have to be very quick doing that. But their power, they give you tank kamikaze. Hit Y button, or triangle I should say. We're playing PlayStation this way, so yeah, that's not right button. In that case, you basically hit that and you will bash forward. Also, you can usually get double energy off of those kamikaze enemies by doing that. And I didn't get hit, I guess, because, I don't know, I guess you have the, okay, either I shot him down, which I think I did there, ouch, I got shot down there. Either that or what was it? I did that, okay, yeah, you can get double shots, usually do it from farther away. When you do that kamikaze attack, when you get it, usually we'll be able to farm that out, saying, hey, I get double shots for that. But I'm not doing so hot, so I gotta be careful. As I said, if I get a game over, I will do this. I know I did see aspects as far as chat thing. I'll get into that in just a second. Tank kamikaze, boom. So in that case, I basically just clear through and boom, they're going down. Okay, so Venus is my second favorite, so Elect versus Sang. I'll kill them, get the diagonal burst, or try to. And actually, I take that back. This planet does not get, what is it? Yeah, you don't have the case where that's set that. Also, yeah, heck yeah, we got the underrated Digimon games on our bag. Yes, we do. Yeah, and cases where I never played those either. Actually, before we got to Space Invaders tonight, or this Space Invaders, I hadn't played this one either. And that's, of course, what I love about doing the show. I get to find out stuff that I never knew, but also give you the games you want to see. That's, above anything else, that's what I want to do. I want to give you the games you want to see while showing you the stuff I've got to kind of balance that out. And if nothing else, I think it's an interesting thing of thinking like, well, you know what, we got stuff set running on for, I guess, covering aspects of a franchise. And we haven't touched Digimon yet, so I think that covers that whole as far as, we mentioned that before. I know, Lectors, you mentioned that with a lot of the Digimon RPGs that came out, including the modern ones by Mediavision. People made Wild Arms from PlayStation. Which actually, that got my attention. That got Chasm22's attention too, and I'm close to game over. If I do get a game over, though, I did save at the beginning of this world, so I will reload the save. Otherwise, we'll be doing this entire game over again. I just have to be careful on this. This is, admittingly, when I was doing my practice, Venus is the second to last normal world in the game. It is where I got game overs the most. It's not Earth. And also, when they're down low, it means that you're going to be more vulnerable or something. Screw it, just let them run into that. What Digimon games are we talking about? We were talking about the two were Digimon All-Star Rumble, which I got the PlayStation 3 version of. That is a fighting game, 3D fighting game that it's kind of like Digimon Rumble Arena a little bit. I looked, by the way, Reese the Worthing Doge, which you were mentioning last week when I was doing the edit on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles show we did last week. And actually I looked and I said, wait a minute, when you're talking about like, what is it? I said, oh, it's like a Smash Brothers like. And I looked at the screenshot, I said, oh, wait a minute, it's a Power Stone like. It's like, oh my god, that's fantastic. It is by Prope, actually, Yuji Naka's team. From 2014 for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. And the other one is Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance, which I got because that one came up enough on the show. We did Twisted Metal. And actually, I think Reese the Worthing Doge brought that up when we did Bakugan Defenders of the Core a few months ago. And it was a question of, is it a good game or not? And you know what? After we did Plumbers Over Ties this year for the April Fool's Day game, I said, you know what? Where do we go now? I was like, we can't just go to like a bad game next. I think we might have hit rock bottom with that one. Wonderfully so. But maybe in that case, I was thinking, well, we got to do something else. Let's take a look at a game that, you know what? I don't know. Maybe it is good. Maybe it's a diamond in the rough. Maybe it's, and even as far as like the reception, sometimes a question of, is a game well received or not? What is it like? And we can kind of answer that question that way. Boom, got him. I never played the original All-Star Rumble, only the original. So All-Star Rumble, Digimon Rumble Arena for the PlayStation. I never played that one. That was a late one on the PlayStation, as I think I mentioned last week. But also one I never played either. And there's also Digimon Rumble Arena 2 that was PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. As I said, from what I've understood, because I haven't got my copy in the mail yet, it's kind of like a 3D arena brawling game, a little, but it has like a Smash Brothers feel. But as I said, based on how it plays, I was thinking, it looks like Power Stone, so it's like a 3D kind of go anywhere fighting case, a little. But the perspective is kind of like Smash Brothers in the sense you're looking at it from the side. So it almost looks like it's 2D in the sense you can move. It's basically facing forward that way, and you're kind of moving left and right, but you also move all around. As opposed to something like Power Stone, where they kind of angle it downwards or to the sides when that comes. Or I guess for that matter, many games were trying to be like Power Stone going backwards. Black Tornado, Terra Destroyer. Oh, so you're, that's going to Digimon, yes. I am no Digimon expert on this, so that's going to be an interesting case with both of those. So feel free to go into that, or maybe it's going to this. Actually, maybe those are the attacks in Rumble Arena? Yeah, I never played Rumble Arena, as I said, but I'm definitely curious to see what this new one is going to be like. And also, one weird thing also I found out, Reese the Worthing Doge, when it came to picking a copy of them up, I said, you know what, I'm going to go find a copy as an instruction manual. Actually, as it turns out, unless I'm wrong about this, feel free to correct me if I am wrong about this, only the PAL version had a manual. There's no manual for the US version. It was like 2014 that came out. That was after the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 already came out. So, that was one where, okay, there you go. I can get that. Can I get another one of those? Wait, do I even want another one of the horizontal rights? I mean, maybe. Oh, let's go get you. Alright, so that kamikaze thing's not going to be doing me too much good going into the boss, because he goes away, unfortunately. Whoa. I do have the relaxed music in here. Uh-oh. Fine, we're going to just use that now because it's going away anyway. Because unfortunately you get an energy drain at the end of each boss, or before each boss. Alright, boss is... Slither. It's Snake. Looks kind of like... Okay, it shoots out a lot of energy, so they have to kind of go in areas and hit each part of it off. I mean, I guess there's like a Yoshi look. There's kind of a... kind of like one of the caterpillar bosses, like green something. I need to sit down and play Digimon Cyber Sleuth, so like we're saying. I want to play it. I know you mentioned we did Tetrisphere, and I was very curious when I heard it was about the people made Wild Arms. It was something where I was like, oh, that's great, I want to play this. In fact, I even said that to Kazan22 when they announced the new one that's out in October. I said, oh, we got this new Digimon game coming out. I was like, I'm not familiar with Digimon. Like, I said, well, this might get your attention. It's by the people made Wild Arms. Oh, it is? Maybe I want to get it now. Because he's the one who exposed me to Wild Arms. And, definitely want to play that Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I've heard it's really good. I'm looking forward to that new one again because of the case of Wild Arms. I think that's going to be Chasm22 as we get to that as far as Wild Arms is concerned. Because I know he loves it. I'll bring it up when we do Shadow Hearts Covenant in a couple of weeks. Which is, by the way, going to be our next live show. We're not live next week, but I have something planned for the YouTube site for next Saturday night this time. Definitely an interesting case. I will sort of go into it, but I won't explicitly say what it is exactly. But you're going to like, I think, what I got. I guess you go to the Men's Warehouse take. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. Okay, we're at the final world. As far as this, a Splitter is the enemy here. This is kind of getting to Majestic 12, the other Space Invaders game. Wait a minute, I got the notes for that game in this book, so let me go back there. The full name of that game, what was it? Majestic 12, the Space Invaders Part 4. Okay, so that's the fourth one, as is. This one splits in sides, and in this case, you also get a pretty neat power-up on this one. Kind of, sometimes situational how to use it, but then again, that can be really any power-up, honestly. Yeah, Toei Animation's been streaming the original dub of, or the English dub for the original Digimon Adventure on YouTube. Oh, thank you for indicating that. I guess I should watch that to get an indication before we do these Digimon games like I did with Bakugan. Because as I mentioned, I know more on Pokemon than I do on Digimon, and also more on Bakugan. But it's also a great case to kind of getting set and being available that way. Okay, so good luck. This is the final world, because remember, the idea of the invaders, they came down to Earth back in 1978. They're back now to Earth. They found it. And we got to take care of these splitters, and we got a nice power-up for that, but save. Definitely saving on this one. This is the end of the game for now. What I'm going to do is, I don't know, chat, do you want me to try and go through the other difficulties from the start? I guess I'll give them a college try, and then if I get a case where I can't, we'll go the other one. I'll use the stage select on that one. Now, do you want to give that perspective? All right, we got the pyramid blast. It shoots out and goes into a side. When we hit those, they split into two. And they go down, and sometimes I think they go left and right. There are enemies in Majestic 12 that act the same way when you shoot them down. Ow, shit, it was too low. Or I let it get too low. Which I was fascinated to think that. I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure the people with Z-axis, they had to have known that. Either that was a lucky guess, I guess, perhaps, you know. Maybe they said, oh, this is a cool idea. And they realized, oh, by the way, this old Space Invaders game, which I never saw Majestic 12 until we played Tidal Legends 2. It was not last month, it was like 2 months ago. That being said, I never heard of this thing. Oh yeah, oh right, they split on the sides, I forgot about that. That also means you can get Pyramid Blast going really, really quickly. Because you get multiple hits going on from those splitter enemies. So you can hit them once and then hit them more times to split them off that way, like so. Alright, come on. There, we got it. I will show the other difficulties off as far as something for it, just to get a sense of that. In that case, or I guess, okay, hold on. Oh, I guess they're not splitting off because, I don't know why they're splitting off. Also, I love how in this missions we're pointing out, you get the warning on the soundtrack going like, the aliens have attacked. And it's like, yeah, be careful. It's like, yeah, I love that touch. So it is a great case of kind of really building up the tension, saying, okay, they got to Earth now, we went to all the other planets. I'm not gonna say the other planets didn't matter, because it's a case that, well, we were going there to take them down, but also in the case of this one, as I got a power up for, okay, there's the diagonal burst, I'm gonna wait on the next level to use it. There we go, perfect. Pyramid Blast, boom. I'm not gonna get enough as far as running that, so unless, perfect. I was hoping I'd get the power up as far as that, so then I can actually get that built up right away. I got it. All right, vertical blast here, perfect, right there. Get the pyramid blast, because yeah, since it does a split across, basically what you want to do is you want to hit it when there's enemies to the side. So basically hit one, and when there's enemies right next to it. Uh-oh. Horizontal right. Oh crap. All right, there's double shot, but yeah, there goes double shot too. Okay, there you go. Horizontal right. Perfect. Okay. Alright, this case I'm gonna wait. Okay, alright, because I already put them small. That's why they didn't split across. Alright, incoming mothership. Alright, here we go. So let's have a chance for another life. And honestly, the lives are not hard to get in this, as far as this bonus stage, because I think it's like every 5th one, a life pops out. Yeah, there it is. But also a good breather, so it's a good case. This game has great pacing. I'll say that. So you're going through a planet. It's something. Oh yeah, I went through all those hard waves. Like, all right, get ready, and then before we go into the next set, so we're all set. Okay. All right, split time. Boom. Except also because it splits, you have to be cognizant of the fact that it might change your what is it? Your combo case. Or somebody say, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna shoot everything. Because that's a choice. You can still play it the old way Space Invaders did. Just shoot down the aliens. Don't care about ordering. But the fact that they give you that option as far as saying that, and that there is an incentive, it creates a great strategy. And I love that. Just to go back to that again, there is shield. Perfect. Awesome. Alright, level 7. Alright, so there's the pyramid. Boom. Alright, there you go. There's a double shot. Oh, fine, yeah, it's double shot. Alright, there's the power up. I'm gonna wait till the next stage in order to use it. And then, we'll go to the other difficulties. If I can get, well, after we beat the boss, I should say. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that did do a pretty good job of decimating the field. Oh, perfect. Time stop. Alright, so yeah, there you go. Just fire, fire, fire. Oh, and it also stops the mothership. Actually, I don't know if I saw it actually ever do that. All right, there's a shield. I don't... Oh, wait, there's two? I don't know if I ever had two like that on the screen. Also, yeah, you're seeing that the motherships, they do come by more than the original game. But case where, as I said, I don't think it breaks the game. It's not a case where this game is something where you get the sense that, oh yeah, it comes around too much to make it too easy. Because honestly, I'll say this, when I was doing practice in this game, I was getting my ass kicked left and right. I said, uh-oh. I even questioned myself, said, can I pull this game out? From when I wanted to do it, or when I need tons of practice. But I was able to do it, so if nothing else, it just show... Right, I forgot, it's just these. So... Oh no, but yeah, it's just these. Uh-oh, I'm getting myself killed. Or, no, maybe not. Perfect shot. Alright, there's Pyramid Blast, not gonna work. Here's Golem, this is the final boss, as far as normal is concerned. Now. Yeah, he'll walk around. He will... I'm trying to remember when he hurts you. Oh wait, he hurts you when he shoots the missile out. Wait, does he? No, okay, he doesn't hurt you when he's walking. But he'll come back and he'll toss the missile. So yeah, he looks a little intimidating. Actually, he is like the invader, like the eyes from the original arcade game, as far as how that is. And also from the original arcade artwork. But he has the lasers. Yeah, oh, whoa. And good news also, when he throws those massive missiles, he does hold his energy when you die, so I don't think I mentioned that. But alright, let's go and get him. He just hit him in the eyes, but be careful when he goes, because as he goes, he's going to get more aggressive and shoot the missiles out that way. Ah, crap. I'll also say, if I get a game over on this, I'm gonna stay in the middle. Oh, except he throws buildings, I forgot about that. I love that effect, I hate this boss. Yeah, final boss for a reason on normal, because, good lord, look at this thing. Yeah, the invader's not gonna let you go without a fight, that's for sure. Assuming he doesn't have a second form, I guess I got him, but I don't remember if he has a second form. I thought he did. Okay, congratulations, you successfully defended Earth. Special bonus available in the main menu. Okay, I got lucky there, I guess. That, by the way, that is how you unlock the original Space Invaders out of this. You beat the game on normal and you unlock it. And we'll save that to the memory card. Okay, highest episode gotten through the game is Earth. Hit percentage 101. Aliens destroyed 2,527. Time to complete just under an hour. As far as playing the game. Okay, here we go. This is the cutscene. We turn down the volume. It's too loud. Sorry. Also, the Nintendo 64 version does not have these. It only has a couple of still images from this that don't have sound in them. So you boot the game and like, wait, what's going on? Like, where's the sound? Alright, say, alien flyers destroyed, all alien flyers destroyed. Look at that. And they have that great touch there of the old look of Space Invaders for arcade. Yeah, but they're the aliens. Like, yeah, they're not gonna take this line down. Yeah, because they have the same interface at the arcade, so these nice little touches to the arcade shows that they definitely are honoring it. But with that, we are going over to the White House. We're having our nice Heroes case. We got the Medal of Honor. So look at that. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the soldiers, and God bless America. So yeah, I probably should have done this for July 4th, and there are the Blue Angels doing the flight with the red, white, and blue. I guess I should have done this for July 4th weekend, but... Well, we're doing it July. I said, I want to do this for July, because this is a good summer game. It's almost like an Independence Day case. And Independence Day does have a game based on it for PlayStation and Saturn. So there is that. And I guess we play that, we play it on the PlayStation, because there's a lot of things on Saturn where they... That's a 3D polygonal game, and PlayStation definitely handled it better. Alright, but there you go. So, we did beat the game, but we also have to look at the other difficulties, because... The end is not the end here. They said, well, wait, we beat them. But they got their eyes on Earth still. Also, if you've been keeping count, there's one planet we did not cover. That's the one that, unlike Pluto, is still in existence nowadays. That is available on Expert. We'll show that in just a second. Alright, and you do get your name entered when you get to, get through this. So, name it after the show. Also, if you're wondering why Okay, no, never mind. None of these are cases where I use the cheat codes as far as going through on my practice. But I did practice the entire game. And I guess it paid off because, yeah, we got it. Okay, so here we go. That is Space Invaders for PlayStation to start. But also there's another difficulty. Expert. I don't know if I'm going to go through the whole case of the game on this. Or actually, you know what? I will show off. I'll show this off going normally. I'll go to I get a game over, and then also show maniacal, and also go to I get a game over. And then I will show off the extra areas. And I think what I'll do is also, to be fair on this one, if it is a case where I'm not going to play the whole game, I will show off starting from Earth for both cases. Now in that case, I will also handle the saving the same way. Alright, because what does hard do to the game? What does expert do to the game? Because there's normal and expert. What it does is it makes the shots go faster. And the aliens will go faster as well. And maniacal, they go really fast anyway. Also, let me put... Okay, did I put that up? Okay, now I am. Now I'll make sure this great music is being heard. You're seeing there, they are moving a bit faster, kind of in the way that the arcade game goes. Except in this case, the only things that don't go faster are the power-ups when you shoot them off. So it's not like that horizontal left or anything is going to go faster than normal. And the mothership, they still go at the same speed. Actually, no, based upon this, I don't know. I mean, am I going to beat this game again or go this way? Alright, I'm doing horizontal right now. I guess while I'm showing this off, and as I get time stop, right there is that. I would just time stop on the mothership. Maybe that's the easiest way to go, because you're saying, hey, I can never hit the mothership in the arcade game. Or if you're saying, I don't want to time it in this one, yeah, use it when it comes right there. Boom, got it. Also, Chad, going to this, I guess Electro, since you're the one who I guess has played this, I think of everybody. Actually, Reason the Worthing Doge, I don't know if you said you played this game or not. Feel free to go into that as far as it. But, I don't know, did you ever get the extra stages out of this? No, the only reason I'm doing it, the only reason I guess I've been able to do it is because, well, I cheated, because I wanted to see what they were. I want to understand what we're dealing with to get this game the whole look. As I said, if we're going to go the whole way on a game, we're going to go the whole way on a game. And already having a great time for this. And, of course, open mic discussion as far as everybody. I'm saying whatever things you want to go into as far as other games, as far as you're playing, other games you want to see, other stuff with this franchise, other things about this game or anything else. Yeah, you know the word. Go ahead and say it. Also, on Expert, I believe it is the same case where... Alright, the one thing I'm noticing, I think... Okay, it's still Extra Life I'm getting here. Maybe it's me, but I get the sense there are more motherships on this. Yeah, I think there has to be. I think I got the extra planets. Okay. Yeah, which is really interesting stuff, which is why they're worth showing. Also, because we want to go the whole way on the game. When we can. Or cases where, as I mentioned, yeah, I don't know if I've gone into this a few times, but I will go into this as we go. And go into it more now. I mentioned this year's initiative as far as like the special thing we do every month, aside from viewer requests and all that, and anniversaries when they come up and all that too, is next year I want to do more preview programs of games we haven't gotten to yet, and also kind of ask all of you out there for certain things that I know you've asked for, in cases we've discussed, oh, we're going to do this. How do you want to see some of these things handled? For example, I've mentioned Bakugan. No, we played that already. Bakugan Battle Brawlers we play eventually. That's not a case where I necessarily need to scope that more. I just need to get the game because I don't have it, and we'll play it on the Wii. I meant to say BlazBlue Calamity Trigger for the PlayStation 3. I've said before, how do we want to play that because of how the story goes? I've asked other people. I know Chasm22, he's played the game a lot. He knows. He said, yeah, there's a lot of stuff of story. Like as you mentioned, there's a lot of story stuff when it comes to that game. Enough to, quote, make Kingdom Hearts look like it makes sense. And I said, what am I going to do? How are we going to scope this? How are we going to cover everything with this? So what I'm going to do is, next year, each month, I'm going to pull out a game that's like that. Either you've requested or ones that are really long. That I'm saying, what do we do with this? Sometimes where I don't have a familiarity. So that means we're going to preview that. We're going to preview Persona 3 FES, because I know that we got to do that. And I want to do it. People said, don't do it, it's too long. I said, no, Elect for Sassford. I'm not going to tell him no. I'm not going to say, no, you don't get this. I'm going to say, we got to figure something. There's not going to be a limit to this program, I promise. So, in that case, maybe that's the case. Ask all you, what do you think? And how do you want to see it run, I guess? That might be another question to ask, you know? And for that matter, do you want the preview case to be handled as the first part? I guess. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. And of course, we'll do second chances every so often, particularly when there might be anniversaries going up of things. And of course, we'll be doing that this year, because actually one game next month on August 22nd is the 32nd anniversary to the day of Shinobi 3. I know we played it before, but I'm gonna play it again. So Friday, August 22nd, we got Shinobi 3 again, and I'm looking forward to showing it off. I'm gonna use the Switch Online version for that one, as is. But that's something I was thinking as far as like other things I want to do with the show, like we're going into next year as far as it. You know, a lot of friends of mine, including Crusader64, he said, you got that schedule set out for 3 years ahead of time. I was like, believe it or not, no. I said, what am I gonna do? I still have to figure also what I'm doing on, on December. Because I have some ideas of what I want to do on Second Chances and also on viewer requests. You know what? I'll see. I mean, if I can, since I do have Digimon All-Star Rumble coming in, I'll see what the scope on that game is. It didn't, from what I saw, it didn't look like it was really long. If I can scope that and do that as a show for December, I will. Or I'll try and figure something else out. Because I know December, I do want to start Yoshi's Island, because I want to celebrate 30 years of that one. And that's the only opening I'm going to get. I got to figure a Second Chance. And then I got to figure some other things, because I might have guests at the end of the year for certain games. Or for certain shows. I might ask them if they want to, if there's certain things they want to do that we haven't covered yet. And also, I guess next time we come back to Space Invaders, which would be, chat, that's another question. What do we come back to in Space Invaders? Because this is a remake of it. I mean, there's another remake, that's Space Raiders, which is on the GameCube. I never played it. I don't know if it's any good. I've heard, admittingly, it isn't. But, I mean, we could do that. We could do the Space Invaders Extreme games. Those are on the PSP, and I know there's modern versions of that. Trying to think. Isn't there another one? Isn't there like a modern one that's on the... It's on the Switch, I think. Isn't it on, or is it Extreme? I know Extreme's on the Switch as well, but isn't there something else? Yeah, I don't know. Because we talked about this, like, what's Taito doing? And actually, that's one thing, I'll go into that, because actually there was sort of an update with something Taito's doing. Because I mentioned Square has them, although, actually, weirdly enough, I'm questioning, okay, either they do have them, or if it's a case where they're licensing out Taito to other companies. Because there's a new Bubble Bobble game coming out. They just announced this, I think, a month or so ago. They're taking Bubble Bobble, they're turning into a 2D roguelite, which was kind of interesting. So the idea, we've talked about this thing, we'd like to see Taito doing new stuff. They're doing that. And something where it kind of came out of nowhere, but I didn't even see Square's name on that at all when they showed the Unveil trailer. I'll link to the Unveil trailer just to show what this is. So in that case, yeah, them doing something different with that and saying, come back to these franchises. And also thinking back to another thing we talked about since we're on Taito territory here. That being Bust-A-Move. I mean, what do we do on Bust-A-Move? I guess 2? I guess it would be 2. I'll talk to Crusader64 on that in a few weeks with your Shadow Hearts Covenant, because I know he loves 2. He'd probably love to be in on that one. But I guess what would be the coverage of that? And then also, I'm trying to think something else. Well, also, I guess then, as far as Z-Axis and stuff, I would like to show those Dave Mirror BMX games, although I just have to mute the music, because I know they have licensed stuff in there. I know they have, I know the first one has All I Got by Sublime. There's a Sublime song in the second one as well, as is, And I only have the first one. I have the first one on the Dreamcast. That's how we play that. And then actually, other stuff with them. I mean, I have Guitar of Van Halen, but unless I mute all the music, I can't show that. Let's see. I don't Thrasher Skate and Destroy. I mean, there is the Madden game they made on Sega Genesis, but I don't have that one. I think when we come to Madden for show, I want to show off the original one. Like John Madden Football on the Sega Genesis, the very first one. Just trying to think as far as that. Because honestly, I'm also in a case of thinking about this. I mean, wait a minute, I'm going to beat this damn game again. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We'll compromise. I will get through the end of this world, and then I'll go to Earth. So I think I'll go as far as I can get on each of them until I get a sense that either I'm not going to die or I do die, and then cover it out that way, I think. Because honestly, maybe because I played through it on normal, I get the sense that I can handle this one well. And I don't know, unless chat you say to me now, like, I want to see you go through every level on expert. I'll do that. Well, before we get to Mercury. Because that's the exclusive world for hard, or expert, I should say. Because, yeah, it's normal, expert, and maniacal. If you're saying to me, no, I want to see you do everyone, tell me we'll do everyone. Unless I get a game over, in which case then I'll go off on that. Maybe you should try it with maniacal and say, I'll make that promise more maniacal. Okay, and also I'm just checking the audio levels, make sure I have that set. Because when I was doing practice on this one, I just want to make sure... Oh, thank God I got the side shot. Because, yeah, you can time that shot and kind of hit him off on the side without hitting the one that's in your way. That would otherwise break your chain, I should say. Because one of the things on practice, I was realizing, hey, there's audio differences between some of the levels. And I want to make sure this music's being heard. And also it's not blaring in cases where it gets louder. Which mostly is on the cutscenes. Alright, if nothing else, I'll go to the boss here, because I'm not hearing any objections of saying, or any desires saying go through everything again. I mean, we're showing the whole game, if nothing else. I'm showing that I guess I'm getting too good at this game, or I'm gotten used to it. Or, I don't know, sometimes people say this game's too easy. You're just like, I don't know if I'd say it's too easy. I mean, when I first played, it's like, I don't think this game's too easy, I think it's hard. But it's also because I think it's one of those games, if nothing else, like, this is one thing I really like about it. I can't really say with a lot of games, which is when you get in the rhythm of it, it just feels right, and then it feels like almost, you might be unstoppable eventually when you understand really about everything that goes with it. I mean, sometimes it depends on the game, how long it takes to get to that sense of nirvana, I guess, if you want to put it that way. At least let me get that horizontal right ready. And then go to the left, and also show the idea that, yeah, I can kind of go in waves that way, saying, I'm getting enough to get the horizontal left, and then that, to build up there, and then boom, swarm missiles, diagonal bursts. And since I think I'm almost at the end of this world, let's get that ready to go. Okay, so I'll fight the boss, and then I guess I'll just do Earth again. All right, here's the ladybug, or as they call it, what do they call it in the manual? Shell boss. Actually, that's the other thing is, so far I'm not really seeing the boss patterns changing. At least not on this. Or at least not on expert. Because I think on maniacal they do, because I think it'll move fast right out. Since I got the wings off, hit it there and then shoot through, or try to shoot through. I just love how detailed the models are as far as how they are. So there's a great artistry to them, but it's not a case where it seems like, oh yeah, going in 3D does something to this game that makes it feel weird or alien. I mean, alien in the sense that it doesn't feel like Space Invaders. I mean, this is Space Invaders, definitely. I'll say that for sure. And again, great request collectors as far as this one. I'm glad to be playing it. Alright, here we go. Alright, so come on, pound me. I got him. Alright, so, yeah, I guess we'll go to, I guess we'll go back to Earth. And do it on this. I'll play through the entirety of Earth, if nothing else to give you, I guess, a full case of it, as there's Blocker again. Alright, good luck, pilot. Alright, so there's Uranus. Let me... Actually, hold on a second. I thought of one other thing, which is... Uranus is your favorite planet, like first right. You know what? We'll do Uranus, and then we'll go on. Yes, you just said you really liked this one. Let's see this running on expert at the very least. It's funny. As soon as I said, "Oh, we'll go on to the other one," because I'm not hearing objections. I said, wait a second. He said that's the favorite one of his. Let's show the favorite one. I said I don't have to necessarily be in a case of saying do it either way. I'm fine either way. I say if nothing else, I can be selfish this way, saying, "Hey, let's me play this game for longer." Not to necessarily elongate the show, but also say that I get to enjoy this game a lot longer. I get to give you the enjoyment of the game longer, and also give a sense of showing off the game fully, because that's what we do. Also, do you have the music going? Yeah, it seems like it's still low. You know what? I'm hiding behind here whilst I turn up the music. So, like, yeah, turn it up. Bring the noise. So, yeah, there we go. So, yeah, you're at Saturday Night Rave Party, as it is. Yeah, because I mentioned, actually, before I think, actually, most people on chat jumped on. I actually did go out to a rave last night. I usually don't, but it's a case of this is themed after games, like video games. So I said, I can't resist. Let's see what this is like. It was a blast as far as how it was. And the DJs did a really good job as far as what they were setting up. And also other stuff that was, what they sampled was really interesting. And also how they mixed it with, famous music as well. Which was kind of interesting to see how they did that. But also cases where they actually had some good stuff going on with, theming for, like, playing voice work going on as we heard stuff going on. Even as we're waiting in line to go in, we heard coming in, like, the sounds of Super Smash Brothers from Nintendo 64. Pikachu! It's like, whoa, they're getting ready in there for something crazy. And it was good stuff. And even stuff where it's, like, kind of deep cuts of what they're playing. And even though it's not... Fine, if I were to do this, I would say, like, yeah, I'll pull out this weird stuff, so, like, what is this? But a case where even... I couldn't necessarily complain as far as saying, like, okay, I didn't hear stuff of Yuzo Koshiro, of stuff like Streets of Rage. But also this case, like, I'm not complaining as far as what they played and how they set it up. So yeah, it was a fun time. A nice change of pace, I think, as well. Good case as far as, you know, enjoying your holiday. Fine, enjoying your holiday as far as, or the holiday as far as weekend, and also enjoy your summer, I guess. Great summer night as far as doing that, too. There we go. Actually, as far as if they had title representation, when you think about that, not really. I mean, there was some, well, actually the way they also had it, it's one of these weird cases, because when you're going to a rave, as far as something like that, you want to do dancing. I did get into it eventually, but also the case of, well, you want to scope it out, number one, and also because number two, they had on the screen, they had a lot of game footage they were playing, and some of it was actually of kind of obscure stuff, and stuff I didn't expect necessarily to see, like Jet Set Radio Future. I mean, I don't think they played anything out of that game, but also cases like, oh wow, that's there as far as, and like, I kind of just want to watch the game footage, think, what do they have as far as what they're showing? So it's interesting stuff. And I guess that would be my case. I'd probably play something like out of Jet Set Radio. Oh, uh-oh. Actually, I didn't show what happens when you come down on the screen, because unlike Space Invaders in the arcade, where they just come down the screen, they reach you, and you die, in this case, they basically will start to swarm you. So it is the same case you're going to lose, or you're going to die, I should say, but a case where they give it a little more of a flash, or a little more of a flourish that makes it interesting. And I still have to look, going back to Jet Set Radio as far as that. I still have to do audio check for that delisted Xbox Live show, because I wanna see if I can show off Jet Set Radio, the first one, as far as that, and then get a sense of how do I show that game, because I know it has licensed music. I know I gotta dance around that for certain things, but if I can know where it is and avoid it, I want to do it. That game is so great and so stylish. And I'm also in the minority this way of saying, I think Jet Set Radio Future is even better. I think that's an even better game. But also another one that I think has more licensed content than the first one does. And also, I'm in a weird case with this because I have the American version of the original one. So actually, it's worse from a streaming perspective because the first one has licensed music that's not in the Japanese version. I think they might have sold the Japanese version back to Japan that had... Actually, wait. Oh, wait, no. On that game, they didn't because that game sold like trash. I hate to say it. It's a great game, but it did not sell well in Japan, especially in Japan. Here it sold better, but even then, it was something that, yeah, it was not a huge hit. Actually, I might be getting a game over on this one. So actually, I don't think they sold it back to them as far as that. Because sometimes I know they will, and they did with, yeah, I'm getting game over. Alright, so fine, I got a game over. I guess I planned that, but also a case that I guess I'm glad it happened. So that's game over. When you do get game over, it's worth pointing out, you get a case of being able to put your score in if you got a high enough score, and that's the same place as I died during the practice doing this, or at a part when doing the practice. And you have to start the whole level over, this whole game over again, unless you did saving as you went along. Since I did not, we are going to go, and I'm just going to go back to Earth or use the stage select, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Alright, so for this, what I'm going to do is turn this down again. I have to change volume a lot on the fly, I'm realizing, with this game. Yeah, the stage select code's not hard to determine. All you have to do is highlight one player, or two-player classic, hit circle. That's it. That's all you gotta do. So, in this case, select level. We're gonna select level, let me think about this. This rolls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's go to Earth. That's right here. So I'll do Earth on Expert, and that'll take us to the last mission after I beat this. So we will beat that final boss 3 times at least. Alright, now here's Splitter again, going as far as that. We also turn up the volume. Good usage of the loading screens, I can do that. And also the fact that this is a loading screen that you do not... when it finishes loading, it lets you hit X when you're ready to go. So it's not a case of, oh yeah, I have to jump right in. Good from a streaming perspective, nothing else for this. Okay, so let's go back to Earth. So, back on Earth again. Yeah, I was mentioning my perspectives of being able to show Jet Set Radio on this program and other things. We're talking about aspects of Digimon with the Digimon games we've got. In case of underrated games, that's another thing. I'll go to that. Since we are going across the same territory, may as well get this going this way. Which is cases of games that you think people don't remember or that maybe were missed. And I definitely missed this one. I missed this. I missed Digimon Racing and Rumble Arena. As far as a lot of the games we talked about tonight. I missed Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I have not played that one yet. Ouch. And if I do get game over here... wait a minute. I can put the code in again, but you know what? I'm not going to put the code in again. I'm going to put... I'll put the checkpoint... or I'll put the save down here. And then we can come back to that. Yeah, if I get a game over, I'll just restart the save. But I will complete this legitimately that way, so I think it's a good compromise. But yeah, games that I missed, but games that maybe other people missed. And with this one... Okay, here's the thing. I don't know how well this game necessarily did. Because when it came to sales figures, all I found was actually, believe it or not, the sales figures of the Nintendo 64 version. Apparently there's 160,000 units on that console. I guess it sold more on the PlayStation, but I honestly don't know if it did. I'm just guessing at this point. I was not able to find any sales data for that one. In fact, yeah, Nintendo 64 was the only one I could find the sales data of, which is surprising, I guess, because I would have thought, well, there would be more for this on the PlayStation, maybe. And I guess if I'm looking, based on the versions I've seen, is I didn't get a game over yet. I'm going to get a game over second now, if I'm not careful. And that is, yeah, I guess it's the best on this system because it has the cutscenes. And also on Nintendo 64, they do compress the music a little bit. Actually, the one outlier I don't know. I don't know how this is on the PC. Chad, have you played this on the PC? Is it like this? Is it, I don't know, is it better maybe? I don't know if it might be better or worse, and I'm getting game over, so we're starting over. In fact, and also the way the loading works, as far as loading a save. Because actually I haven't done that yet. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a tough going, because I don't have a whole lot of lives, and since I'm starting on 0 points, it actually does put me at a disadvantage coming in, so actually going through all the other levels, or going through earlier levels, might have made it easier. But alright, there we go. Got load, and it will give up your menu for the purpose of pulling off on that. I have 2 lives. Or fine, it's 2, but also 0 counts as a life in this game. Yeah, but I like this idea of what you're saying, underrated games, and saying, let's give them a look. And as I said, I always believe in the idea of, A, giving the audience what they want, but also saying, let's get some of these names out there. Let's talk about it. Let's maybe find things out about it that maybe people don't know. Or maybe you know that other people don't. Because just sharing your experiences and maybe stuff you know that is unique, that hasn't been put in the conversation. And it's one of those things that, I know sometimes people say, you can pretty much find anything you want about any game. Maybe to an extent, but ouch. Maybe not. I get the sense there's always a story still to tell, even on games like this, where I would assume you probably find some of the people who worked on this, and they might say, well, they have a new insight gleamed that nobody knew. Actually, going back to Metal Gear Solid 3 for a second. Alright, they're moving faster, so that's going to be what's going to make this harder. And that is, yeah, the fact that Jodie Benson's in the game. She did not mention for you, actually, she never mentioned that she was in it until like a couple of years ago. She said, this is a mature-rated game. I didn't know how people would take it if it was, if they said, hey, I voiced Ariel in The Little Mermaid, and the fact that I'm a mature-rated enterprise. Although she's in Onimusha 3, Demon Siege on the PlayStation 2, and she did not go under pseudonym in that one. And that's mature-rated, so I kind of question that idea, but still, case of finding something new out about a game that, yeah, that you think we know all the stories, there's nothing new to tell, but sometimes some people come out and say, well, I have this insight that maybe we didn't know. I'm trying to think of cases where that's happened since we played a game. Well, let me think about this. I mean, let me think. Or Chad, if you know any examples of that, games we played on the show where there's something new discovered about it after we played it. I think. Okay, I do want to make sure I'm using my, what is it? Horizontal right. I'm just gonna exploit the horizontal right. That's gonna be what I need to do. Oh, hit this. Get that set. Shit, I'm dead. I think that's game over. Actually, that's game over. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put the, you know, I'm gonna put the cheat code in again. I'll tell you why. Because it started with a full set of lives. All right, this will elongate the game at least as far as how the play is gonna go. Let me think about this. Because I know there's games we played where, and I can show the intro off at the end again. There are games we played where there are things I didn't mention when we played them, and I mentioned them when we come back to it again for like a second chance or something. Let me think about this. Yeah, I'm blanking, honestly, as far as that. But there's got to be something. But I do know a case where there's something that I didn't mention we played something that I might have not known or might have edited in or something. Actually, Shinobi 3 is a case like that. I actually did not know until after we did that show it had support for the 6-button controller. I was like, wait, it does? I had no idea. And that was... Yeah, we played that before the Genesis Mini 2 came out, so I actually did not have the 6-button controller method to play that. Always the official Sega method as far as on the Genesis Mini 1 we played that. So, in that case, it's something that I discovered later. I edited in later after I did the show. But as far as... Well, okay, we found stuff that nobody knew, and I couldn't find documented anywhere. I mean, Lunar, when we played that, there was a weapon that causes sleep spell that nobody knew. And not even the guide for the game indicated that. There's Shadow Hearts, the original, where we... I think the game is using, like, is leaving, fine. The game's code, I believe, outputs the priority order of the areas of the Calilios Mental Hospital, and I never saw anybody saying, well, wait, the game's doing that. I'm getting game over again, so yeah, this is not gonna be easy. The more I might go back I might go back one level to see if I can get more points going through, or just keep pushing on. Or if I get to a bad enough point, I will just go to level 10. And I'll beat that. But I'm gonna give it a try as far as going the whole way this way. All right, so just keep doing this, and yeah, I'll show that off. Because I do want to show off all of the cases that, because actually the extra levels they give you are very clever, and they still keep coming up with unique attacks for the, or unique power-ups for the invaders. So even though they're extra planets, they give you an incentive to play the game again. Or in this case, to cheat past it. See, it's funny, I said I was able to go through it fine, going through the whole way from the beginning. But in this case, saying this was like, no, I guess not. Starting off at the end. So, if nothing else, it shows you this, which is that sometimes the thought when you put a cheat code in for a game, that means you win the game. Basically, it's the case that, oh yeah, all challenges removed. The answer is no. In this case, it's not removed because it means I can just say, well, ouch. I'm not being careful taking those shots, and I'm also telling you one thing I'm not doing. I am not getting the... I'm going to take the game over at this point, because I'll tell you one thing I'm not doing. I'm not getting the mothership taken out to get the power-ups that way, because I guess I might want to get the double shot. Do I want... I was going to say, do I want to take the game over? I'm not close to 50,000. Alright, I am taking the game over now. So I guess if nothing else, it does show a little bit of a double-edged sword. You can get to the end of the level, at the end of the game easily. But if you're saying like me, oh, go through all of Earth again, you might not have the life setup, the life stock setup. Also, by the way, it looked weird as far as how it showed the level select there. I think that's intended. I've sometimes seen this when playing stuff on PlayStation, and also to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. And I'll have editing material to show this. I actually am sort of overscanning this game when it comes to my tech, because I mentioned for this, for PlayStation 2, I'm running it through, I have component cables that I have plugged into my RetroTink 5X to show it, and there are options within the RetroTink, which is an upscaler, to change the way the picture's being displayed. If I had this as the traditional 4x3 for this, there actually are like graphical artifacts flickering on the side of the screen on the right side, and it gets worse as you go along. I don't know, I guess because of the enemy layout or something. I don't know what's causing it. I only noticed I was doing my tests, my tech checks of it a couple hours ago. But when I looked at that, I said, oh, can I fix this so it doesn't show the whole video? Actually, I overscanned this so it's basically showing at 720p as opposed to 1080p. But for a game like this, where it's, I think it's 240p on the PlayStation, it's not going to make much of a difference. And the aspect ratio is going to be the same and accurate to this. Because other ones were stretching the picture, but it's a case where this game doesn't have native widescreen support. It's not like Shadow Hearts Covenant, where it seems like for some reason the game has native widescreen support, even though I know that game doesn't have it. It still looked totally natural. You know what? I'm also getting to a point where I think I probably should just say, just go beat level 10. Or, well, no. Can I? Oh, okay. Alright, never mind. I said when it gets down to the bottom, the invaders will automatically kill you. I mean, they will, but if you have shields down... Oh, crap. I missed that. If you have shields down and they crash into the shields, you'll still live. Okay, so, alright, I'm not gonna make you wait any longer. Not that I'm necessarily in a case of saying I'm on a time... Fine, I'm never on a time limit for the show, really, unless it's a case where, God, I'm so tired I can't continue. Which is rare that happens, and even then it's usually after a really long time. We're gonna go to the final stage of this on Expert. Actually, I just want to check I'm on Expert. Okay, I am. I'm gonna go stage 10, we're gonna beat the boss, and when we beat the boss, we're gonna go off to Mercury. So go to levels, 80. Okay, so back on Earth. Yeah, when we played through normal, I was able to get through this no problem. But as far as Expert's concerned, well, I'm gonna have to go here. And by the way, when you do select a level that's not the first one from the level select, you do still get the loading screen to indicate what the enemy is. Alright, so we'll beat this, and then we'll beat the boss again. And the boss, I think, is the same, although I think maybe it was faster. I don't know. We'll find out. And I have to run on 3 lives, so in that case, it is like the arcade game that way, saying, alright, we're playing it the traditional way. Now, so the power-ups are not going to really be helping me, because I can only use it right now. Well, okay, that power-up, getting the double shot, that'll help. And I guess whatever I get off of this. Alright, shield. Alright, so I have a shield and I have that, so I can at least do this. Alright, so let's take the golem down again. Alright, and since I don't know if I killed him too quickly before the first time to indicate this. His first phase is, he'll throw the missile down at you. Just the normal one. He'll basically just walk left and right, he'll go in the background, he'll come back out and throw that. When you're down enough, he'll start doing the things with the lasers, and he'll throw the big-ass ones. Uh-oh. And then he'll throw the buildings. Oh, in that case, I also did enough damage to him so that... yeah, I can at least maximize that. But he's better probably start throwing the buildings right now. Whoa. I love the sound design, though, of this... Ah, crap. Uh-oh. Also, you have to be, the great thing about that is that you can still hit him, but you have to basically time when he's doing the walk. All right. Oh, shit. At first I was like, wait, did I kill him? Oh, no, I didn't. All right, fine. That's game over again. Yeah, so in that case, yeah, the big building is blocking away. It is a shock when you first see that. And I did love, when I was doing the tests, of saying, oh my god, he's going to kill me, that big building. So, yeah, and talk about elevation. I do love that out of the bosses in this. Going to the final one. He's a pain in the ass, you're right, Electris, because he's the final boss, or the final normal boss. But when it comes to this, it is something, whoa, what do I do? And it just gets you excited without saying, hey, let's go across. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let's see the incoming transmission, and I don't think... Alright, this might be the point I mentioned where I said for some reason the disc is, maybe slightly scratched, and it's taking longer to load. I don't think this is in the... As far as I could tell, I don't think there's, like, glitches of this game. They're saying, wait, it loads longer when it comes to that. Although I'll say this, if I, okay, yeah, there you go. Or if it does it differently when we do the stage select code. Chat, do you know? Because actually, I don't know. From what I understand, I would have thought if there's like a glitch in this game that makes it run weird, we would have had some kind of information about it. Although, to be honest, actually, I don't think we. Now I'm thinking about it, I don't think we played a whole lot of games out of Activision as Ben. And actually, well, okay, no. We played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but outside of that. We played Pitfall the Mind Adventure. We played the Sega CD version. I mentioned that Genesis version has a bug in it where if you run a control schematic that's not the one they give you by default, the game dies when you go to the runway minecart level. And only that version has it. Like, I don't know why, and I never saw anything online about it. Okay, there you go. That's something that's not documented. It took us years. And like, I asked around. I was like, has anyone ever seen this? Like, no, nobody's ever saw it. That's, well, I saw it. Well, I still had the Genesis version. I don't have it anymore. Maybe I should get it and show off that glitch happening. Or maybe I know somebody who does have it. Say to them, show it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, whoa. In this case, I'm also making this hard on myself because of the fact that I don't have an upgrade. Oh, no. Also, you can take advantage, if nothing else, if you want to be cheap this way, I guess I am in this case, of saying, take advantage of your invincibility frames you come back from a death. Or run into that. And say, well, I can at least shoot him and drain his health more, but in that case, it didn't make a difference because I'm dead. Yeah, get used to this, ladies and gentlemen. Because I'm not going to skip past this, because I think you might get I think you get a cutscene. Okay, either you get a cutscene from doing this on the harder difficulties, or you just unlock the next stage, and then you just go on to that, and I guess you get a cutscene at the end of that. Do you want to show them all off? Yeah, but this is a case where even when I was on my practice, I was dying constantly as far as this. But I did beat the game as far as how it was to start, so if nothing else, we have that going. Yeah, we've only been playing this game for 2 hours and 20 minutes. It seems as if I've been playing it longer. Okay, here we go. This is what I saw in my test. It looks like the game froze. I said, I looked at the disc, the copy of the game I had. I'm glad this happened, so I can at least explain this and at least give a little bit of variety amongst me dying and constantly trying this level again. Actually, it also happened, it's worth pointing out, yes. Thank you. Right, it's worth pointing out, this is not because of the stage select code. Because when I was doing my practice on this early day. There you go. See, it starts. For some reason, every so often, and I think it might be my copy where there's very tiny scratches, but they're so minute. I look and said, this doesn't look that bad. But cases where it then stops the loading and then it continues. Unless anybody knows that this is something known on this game. Which, as I said, I couldn't find anything saying it was or it wasn't. But, yeah, the case that it looked like it froze. And it's not because of the stage select, because I was just playing through earlier today, just going through level by level and did this. So it's not like it's throwing something weird just because of that. But cases where, yeah, the game's still working, so it's fine. And even as far as the loading, I'll time the loading as far as that to see really how long is it. I mean, compared to other games on the PlayStation that I know have really long loading that I've played, I mean, it's better than Rugrats Search for Reptar. That's a game that has really long loading. I know there's... Oh God, what's on the PlayStation that's bad loading or long loading? Get this. Double laser. Or double shot. One double shot. Actually, I don't know if I have a whole lot of games on the PlayStation that take a long time to load. I mean, there are games with long loading, or cases... Oh, well, there's cases with games with loading where it disrupts because of how it works. I know, whoa. Ah, crap. Mortal Kombat Trilogy is a game like that. Where if you're using Shang Tsung and you do the morphing, the game has to load every time it does that. That is unless you basically turn on the option that says just have the player morph into the character that's on the screen. If you haven't morphed into every character, it loads and stops the match dead in its tracks anytime you either... what is it? Anytime you either morph or you come out of a morph. And Shang Tsung, remember, he's the shapeshifter in Mortal Kombat, so that happens a lot. And it's, the only version that doesn't do that is on Nintendo 64. The other ones all do that. The PlayStation does it. The Saturn does that, and Saturn's also the case with the Saturn version. Midway went on record and openly said the game was not finished. We shipped this game unfinished because some of the fatalities are not programmed into it, even though the button combinations are. And yet that's a version, that version could like $300 now. It's like, what happened? As far as that, but also the case that the game is busted. Uh-oh, I'm so close. Oh, what happened? Okay, I'm gonna look back on the video. I don't know where I even got hit. Was it the building? Was it the laser? Oh, it was inches away. Look at that. It's always the worst case when you're so close. We'll get this. I mean, maybe I should just say screw... Well, no, I don't want to... Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will compromise. I will go through this boss once for this, and then for Maniacal, I will do the same thing I said on Maniacal already, which is I will go as far normally until I get a game over, and then when I get game over, I will go to Mercury, which is the planet we're going to unlock for going through here, and then we'll go the last world. You're not going to want to miss the last world, I'll tell you that right now. If you've never played this game before... Yeah, the last world is really clever. And really interesting as well. We'll definitely get there. Having said that, still having a great time. And as I said, it's also one of those games, as I mentioned, I don't feel like I'm playing this game for as short a time as I have. I feel like I'm playing this for like 6 hours, even though it's a case where... And I mean that in a good way. I mean that in a case that the time is melted away. You know, the case where sometimes you're playing a game and after playing so much, I just get to get whatever's out of the mothership. Anything, just take it. Uh-oh. I say take what's out of the mothership so I can get, a power-up, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to get that much. Oh, there we go. One finally came by. And by the way, the level will not transition until you get rid of the mothership or it goes off screen. Thank God. All right, I have the shield. I'll take the shield. That means that I can take the hit without dying. I'll take advantage of the fact he has low health by saying I'm going to... What is it? I'm going to hit him when he comes back. Oh, there you go. So I took advantage of that shot, but it didn't help me because... I already died. Also, you hit him when he goes along. You do have to hit him in the center, and you have to take advantage of the fact of what the delay of your shot is, so make sure that goes there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I got hit by the laser. Yeah, the lasers will follow you. I probably should mention that. But it's also something that my strategy tends to be in case I'll try and get out of the way of the missile or the building when he tosses it. But yeah, for this, it's something where I say, oh, if I get too far to the side, I can be stuck and die. So actually, in that case, yeah, it's probably a bad idea. But it's also in case I get nervous, you know, going to choo 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 with the laser. Uh-oh. It's like, I gotta get out of the way. So if nothing else, I'm proving that Electro is saying, that this boss is annoying and he hates it. Yeah, he's not wrong to hate it as far as it, especially when you go on the higher difficulties. I mean, it's a cool takeoff as far as going back as far as old Space Invaders, but also the case that, yeah, step up your game when we get here. If you're going on not normal, or I guess if you're going on normal, it helps. There we go. Give me that. Whoa. Oh no. Get that. Oh no. Yeah, I don't want to lose a life here. That's the thing. Because yeah, on level 10, remember, you go to level 10 and then you go to boss. Or the boss here. Okay, shield. So, alright, let's try again with Golem. Yeah, I should remember his name, or I should indicate his name. Okay, so there we go. Alright, I'll try again, because he just start doing the fast shooting, because I hit enough damage on him. He's going to start tossing the building, or tossing the... There we go. Oh, crap. That was a case where I had the movement right. But then, what happened was that I had the building. Or I thought I could go underneath the building, but I couldn't. Alright. Alright, yeah, let's try this again. I also probably have a count of how many times it takes me to get to this, like I did when I did that final boss in Desert Demolition a few weeks ago on hard. It's like, yeah, that took me forever. And actually, yeah, I didn't use the code there, but actually it's because the life kept coming back as far as that. So I basically had infinite tries. In this case, because I had put in the stage select code, which probably the easiest stage select code I've ever seen. It's basically just pretty much hit the circle button on the menu and you got it. Okay, so let's get this again. I also want to make sure I don't die. Maybe just split, or get rid of the splitters quickly, or get rid of them enough so that they don't shoot out double shots. That also explains why they're shooting out double shots, so you should just realize, alright, mothership, I can't get over there. So I have to let the mothership go, I don't want to, and, oh, there's the pyramid blast, I missed that. I mean, honestly, I'm okay not having that go as long as I live. Okay, so no power-ups going in, but I have full lives. Or full lives based on the ones they give you, because they give you 3 to start. And that's every difficulty. There's not a difference that way. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to shoot him. I'm actually going to wait, because, his, oh. Whoa. I would say his damage output changes what form he's in, but he also can change them on the fly. Because you've seen where he'll shoot the big missiles and he'll shoot the buildings. Or the laser shots like that. Yeah, getting rid of the... Oh, there we go. Right, this is how I did it. I was going to say, I know when I did the practice, this is how I did it. Basically shoot him as much as I can going straight. Get out of the way of the laser, and then when the building goes, go out the side. Because it's a big berth there for the building. It's not going to be easy. Whoa! Oh, that was lucky. Jesus. Oh man, I can't believe I avoided that. There we go. Whoa. Got him. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have a pause there. It looked like I got hit by the side. Thank God I finally did it. So we finished Earth on Expert, finally. I don't think we're gonna get... Yeah, I don't know. We don't get a load on this. No, we don't get a cutscene on this. Yeah, because if you're playing on Expert or higher, you get Mercury. So this is the next world. And on Expert, this is the last one. So now we're covering all 9 planets as far as the fact that we're 9 planets when this game came out. And our special enemy here is Leecher. When it comes to town, be careful because it's an elite rank, and it also has a new power-up. Actually, yeah, you also have like a little bar graph saying speed, shooting, and special, so the special stuff. So also, I'm gonna save. Oh, right, I got an extra life, right, because of the 50,000 on the end of world bonus. So awesome. Alright, so this is good. And we'll come back here if I get a game over. So let's take a look at a new area. Here we go. Here's Mercury. Now, Mercury does look like Mercury. So saying, we talked about Mars not looking like Mercury that much. Or Mars not looking like Mars that much. Ouch. That was stupid. Mercury does look that way. There's the sun, because remember, Mercury is the closest planet to the sun. So you have the supernova over there. Look at that. Okay, now this one you have Silo Attack. Silo Attack's very useful, because what that does is it shoots out missiles from the bottom of the screen. And it covers tons of the screen. It is very, very useful. Alright. Also, a nice case of the steam coming out of the surface of the planet. Alright. Yeah, they shoot fire, so be careful. There's the Silo Attack, though. But the Silo Attack, is worth pointing out, the one downgrade is it does destroy your shields. I guess we can use those shields anyway. Well, okay, I got that. Okay, I want the shield there. Oh, okay, good. I have it. Fantastic. In this case, I can just wait. And hold the silo till the next stage. Okay. Alright, take that. Or, okay, fine. You do destroy the shield if you hit it with the missile, but if you're right on like I was somehow, it goes right past it. Alright, there you go. There's another one. I want to get that. Yeah. Because the 2 power-ups as far as they come off of the mothership that are the most useful are definitely the shield and the double shot. Alright, there's the... Oh, that's another shield. Get that set. Let me get another missile silo. I got a red. Perfect. Okay, there you go. Okay, fantastic. Oh, I got the energy. That's for the horizontal right. Right there. Get a double shot. Please give me a double shot. Yeah, that's a double shot. Awesome. Yeah, the cyan thing is the double shot. The yellow is the time stop. The purple's the shield, and the green is the upgrade or the power up. All right, yeah, missiles. Look at those nice missiles. All right, there you go. Yeah, that Silo Attack is really helping. In this case, okay, perfect. I have the power up set. I have the power to go. And the double shot, that also does not stack. So basically none of the power-ups from the mothership stack. Okay, here we go. We got the mothership bonus stage. Thank God. It means also a chance for a life. In fact, I'm going to get a life soon because of the 50,000. In fact, there we go. Extra life. Actually, wait. Did I get extra life? Okay, I did there. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I did because I had none. So, yeah, I got 2 lives. Awesome. And every point gets me 1 step closer. Okay, here we go. Go there, get that set. I got 2, got a silo, boom, off we go. Yeah, now I'm thinking the way that you want to think about this game. Actually, I think the only power-up I can think of where actually your base is giving you support. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it is. Alright, so we're almost there. Yeah, it feels good now that I got to that point. In the case that, ironically, as I'm showing, the idea that now it seems like it's better because I have more power-ups ready to go. But as I said, that's not a guarantee. In that case, I gotta keep myself from getting killed. Otherwise, those power-ups are going bye-bye. Alright, there's an upgrade that way. Perfect. So there's a silo. I'm gonna... Oh, wait, I'm at level 8. Yeah, go to the field now. That'll work. Oh, the shield went away. I mean, that's fine. As long as it... No, just decimate the field. I don't care. I said, I can make that choice, or you can make that choice. You're playing this game, or if you played it. Whoa. You will get... Actually, wait a second. Yeah, actually, no, it's not like Ikaruga where you get more points as far as, yeah, I don't think you get more points hitting him in an order. It's more just about getting the power-ups, I think. Alright, well, at least I'm getting the vertical shot. Yeah, the vertical shot is actually going to be pretty favorable here. Alright, there we go. There's another power-up for that silo attack. Okay, I think it missed. So in that case, if they're off that way, it'll go right through them. Like, yeah, your silo attack's doing nothing. There you go. There's again. Okay, I'm not on level 10. And I want to hold that for level 10, so at least I can have the easy clearage. Oh, there you go. Mothership, please give me shield. There you go. Thank you. The mothership was nice. Okay, here we go. Actually, a lot of cases here, the right thing actually is going to be very favorable here. Alright, that is unless I get that. Alright, horizontal right, hit right there. Usually get it all the way. Fantastic. Okay. I have the double shot already, so I'm set. Alright, we are coming in good for the boss. The boss here is... Oh, right, asteroids. Right, it actually is supposed to be like the Asteroids game that was on PlayStation that Activision also was involved in. As I mentioned, the version we're going to play is going to be its Nintendo 64 edition, that being Asteroids Hyper 64. I have it, I just need to scope it. And it's one of those cases where you need the controller pack to save, and I have it, but it's also something that I don't remember if that's something I can use another controller. Because one of those games uses the Rumble pack as well, and you have to do the swap off otherwise. So yeah, dude. Yeah, thinking back to Asteroids, which... Yeah, we haven't shown Asteroids on the show. Actually, there's a lot of Atari games we've not shown on the show. We have to do that at some point, and we'll do that version, but we also will show off collections that have it. Alright, whoop. And if you hit him enough, you're gonna be set, and okay, that was not bad. Okay, we survived. So actually, that was not bad at all. I guess they figure, well, you got through everything else, you deserve a break. Okay. So that's the end of, Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you get it on Expert anyway. Okay, so you don't, it doesn't matter. You get it on, you get it on, what is it? You get it on, okay, you get the Final World on Expert or Maniacal. I thought you had to go through Maniacal for it. Okay. So, alright, this is the end of the game. This is the final world of the game. This is, the alien world. Now, at this case, we saw them go to Earth. We saw them go to all the other 8 planets in the solar system, and I will still love Pluto as a planet. I miss it. I know it's a dwarf planet as far as how it was categorized in 2006. Nikki on the show said, quote, they can't just take one away from us. Pluto's always going to live forever in our hearts. That being said, it looks like the alien world... You wait, Dolly Finn. I know you love the old game, and of course, the old Space Invaders, and of course, the fact that this game clearly is made with a lot of love when it comes to the old one. I just want to see also if there's anything else when it comes to the bosses. Yeah, okay, good. As far as the special boss we have here, or the special enemy we have here, we have the Shifter. It dodges most attacks, so it actually moves away really easily. So you gotta be careful. Now, I'm gonna do a mic. I do. Well, let me show you. I'm gonna do a mic pull and we're gonna show this off. Okay, so let's show you the alien world. I also save on this before we start. Boom. Okay, here's the alien world. We are on the front of an original Space Invaders arcade machine. You're seeing down there the buttons for controlling the core cannon. You're seeing the start button there. You're seeing in the background. You're seeing a take of the original game, looking a little different than what we saw, with an arcade bezel look, with like missile stuff showing on. We're fighting on this for the purpose of going against the aliens, and they do have the same audio going on. The same gameplay as before, though. And as far as their power, radiant burst, shooting off energy balls. Another good case of covering the field, but you have to be quick, and also they shoot out quickly and out far. So boom, radiant burst, boom. So yeah, nice touch back to the original. Case of saying we love the original game, but also saying what can we do to also differentiate it and also pay a nice homage. I loved when I saw it. I was like, oh my god, this is cool. And if you think it's cool now, well, it is. But also, you wait, because we got a lot more as far as this. And I guess at this point, since I thought we had to go through Maniacal when it comes to showing this off, we don't. Maybe I just should have went through Expert to start. I forgot. I thought you had to go through both. But alright. I am powered up decently, though. It's good stuff as far as we got. All right. I mean, since it is, I'll figure something. Because yeah, I think we're. I'm gonna. Yeah, I said my skills at improvising. I think are gonna come to the rescue, perhaps, when it comes to this. I think. Well, I will show how Maniacal works. No question. Also, in this case, honestly, I don't know if I'm even focusing too much on getting the power up, which I probably should. Oh, no, I probably also should have aimed that right. Oh, well. Oh, that's double shot. I don't need double shot. Having said that, those new shifters here, they do go a lot faster. Max energy? Okay, that's the radiant burst. I will wait. Okay, so, yeah, there we go. Okay, he had him. Sorry, fantastic. Okay. Yeah, it's worth pointing out the radiant burst, as far as I can tell, it does kind of stop eventually. So you're not going to be completely decimating the field with this thing. But still, it comes in handy. And that's the thing about all these power-ups. They come in handy. And if you know how to use them, sometimes you have to learn how to use some of them. It is very useful. Okay, shield. Grab the shield. Fantastic. Okay, here's our mothership bonus. There's also surreal thinking this, saying, hey, look at this the old way and then the new way. Actually, in some ways, when it comes to, like, remakes of old games like this is actually one of the most clever cases I've seen. Actually, I'm trying to think of really good cases of remakes of games where they've had a nice in-reference like this. Or something was like, well, wait a second, this is kind of neat. Let me think. There are probably a lot of examples that are, ah, crap. That being said, look at all the lives I have. So actually, we are in good shape because I was able to get lives purely on the basis of being able to play multiple stages. So yeah, playing multiple stages is not a bad thing in this game. Whoa. My mothership, can I get you? Oh, no, I can't. Well, I can get that one, maybe. Okay, awesome. You're probably wondering what the boss here is. It's probably something connected to the old game based on what we're seeing, but there we go. Shield, please, or maybe double shot. Yeah, double shot. I'll take that. In this case, I'm just shooting down. Fine, we took it to their... We're going on their home planet. And they did show them the cutscene saying, hey, they got away. Or, fine, they didn't get away. They're mad that we screwed up their plans to take over Earth. But now we're getting it. Now the fight's personal. Now they're going down. Okay, maybe I can get the shield and get myself set. Perfect. It's almost as if I just had to ask, yeah, diagonal bursts. Okay, actually, on this level, diagonal bursts is actually very useful. Ooh, that's also be more useful. Time stop. Yeah, get that, I want to call it triad burst. Radiant burst. Okay, but, in that case, the text was, overlapping because I got a shield coming down. I had the 500 points for getting the mothership, and then the radiant burst going on. Alright, level 9. Not far now, we almost have him. In this case, yeah, there's actually... I gotta be very careful with the shot. Oh, no, just shoot him. At this case, maybe I'm not caring. I'm saying, at this point, I'm okay with not being skillful with shots. Or, okay, got it there. And then I got that, which I missed, either way. Okay, level 10. And then boss. And real final boss. This is actually the final boss, as opposed to the golem. The golem was annoying, but we got one more. This is definitely harder than even the golem is. Ouch. Yeah, going into this without power-ups is going to be bad, but we'll see. Also, I'm missing shots with this stuff. I'm just not being careful now. Alright, yeah, also... Well, I'm close to the life. I was going to say, wait a second, hold on. Oh, no. Alright, well, there's a double shot. I somehow got... Okay, there's a double shot I can't get. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's not enough as far as that. Okay, boss time. Final boss. This is... Yeah, the alien from the original game. That being the octopus, or the large invader. Starts out okay. Shooting out those laser blasts. I love this. This is amazing. Chat, feel free to go anything on what you're seeing here. So yeah, this is what he looks like. Actually, it's not dissimilar actually to the reveal of who Pitfall Harry Jr.'s father was in Pitfall: The Mind Adventures. Actually, not dissimilar, honestly. So in this case, he's getting tinier as he shoots. But the other thing, he's also shooting out more of those blasts. So that's what makes this a lot harder. So not only is it a case where you have to make sure you're hitting him and avoid getting hit by his shots, he's shooting out more of them, and also the target you have to hit is smaller, so you have to be very specific making shots. So this is this boss is about accuracy more than any other boss in the game, or any other enemy in the game, really. And he goes faster, as is expected. And he's going super fast the way the old one went, so it's a case that, yeah, remember that last one was like, I can never beat him. That was Fry on Futurama saying that, yeah, it's a Saturday night. What do you do with your Saturday night and you don't have a date? You go to your local pizzeria, the roll of quarters, a nice large Shasta, and my Rush mixtape. And I don't have, actually, I don't make Shasta anymore, as far as that, so, okay, almost. But it gets really, really tiny, look at that, and you have to really be pixel perfect to hit him. Got him. Oh man, I can't believe I got that shot. Yeah, it's not easy, and we got it, and a nice smile, there we go. Congratulations, you defeated the aliens in the home world. There's a special bonus available in the options menu. That is the hardest difficulty. We'll show that off. There you go. That is the end of the game for now. But I'm going to show that off, and I'm going to think about maybe something else. He's actually going highest episode, Alien Homeworld. Admittingly, I cheated to get here, sort of, but we are set. Congratulations. Thank you. But there you go. That is what we got. Also, I think we get another cutscene for this. Yes, we do. And I'll turn down the volume. I was going to make it a bit loud. Okay, so here's the full resolution. Yeah, we had our case of getting the lock-on shot. Boom. There we go. And I will also show off the, I'll show off the opening cutscene once more, and I'll show the credits if it doesn't play it by default from this. So, we did defeat him now. They lost the same way. But here's the deal. After we get the... I guess it's sort of the same cutscene, but at this point, since we defeated him fully... Although, actually, I'll tell you what I can also do. I can also go on the hardest difficulty. I'll show the hardest difficulty off, and I will also show off going through the final boss on the hardest difficulty as well. I'll see if that makes a difference. And at that point, what do you think about this? I'm trying to think of any other... If I have, like, another arcade remake from PlayStation. Or PlayStation 2. That I can toss in as an extra, as a preview, if it comes to that. Yeah, this is actually shorter than I thought to a certain extent. But also, in case there's not really a reason for it, I don't know if I'll force it. I'll see. Like I said, maybe I'm not forcing it so much as saying I want to give you more, and if it is tangentially online with this, it can make sense. Alright, but we did get them. I don't know if they're coming back. Okay, it looks like they are coming back. So maybe we get a complete going through Maniacal. I will show how Maniacal works, and then I'm going back to the final boss to beat it. And honestly, at that point, that's going to be, I think, where we go. Okay. Yeah, and I got to level 100, not all at once, but we did show it. If nothing else, I wanted to show it that way. Okay. Okay, so yeah, by going through that on Expert and beating that final boss, you unlock Maniacal difficulty. I will show that off. It kind of is more like the original in the sense of, what is it? In the sense that it moves faster. I will also show briefly what 2-player looks like on this. Because this game has 2-player co-op. So you can go through the entire, main story in 2 players. We're pointing out when you do that, you do have continues. I will indicate aspect of that. You share continues, though. I'll show them a little bit. Just as a compare and contrast. I gotta think. Yeah, it's almost one of those cases I wish I had... Either I had Asteroids on the PlayStation, or I had Centipede on the Dreamcast, or Centipede on the PlayStation as opposed to the Dreamcast. Or if I had... I'll think this over. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's Maniacal. Look how fast Maniacal goes. I'm moving left and right quickly. The enemy's moving left and right quickly. It's nuts. And also, the aliens go faster at the end. So it's a case that, yeah, you know, it's not fast enough for you. The way the arcade game is. Play the Maniacal mode and you're all set. But the speed of the shots are still the same. Alright, fine. The speed of the special shots are still the same, I should say. Your normal shots go way faster. And also the mothership still runs really slowly. Alright, same deal as I did with Expert. I'm going to show this game going as far as I can get on Maniacal, just to see, do I get going far or not. And I'll show the final boss being beaten with this thing, and then I'll show the 2-player mode. I guess we'll be done unless I have something else that goes with Taito or goes with the classic arcade remake. Actually, I'm trying to think what other ones I have on this console. Actually, off the top of my head, I don't know which. Also, because you are moving faster, I'll say that, it makes it a little harder to target because you're seeing there, I'm kind of doing that move like that. I kind of stop a little slower, so being more, you kind of, okay, you, I guess, can sort of lose precision, or you have to be more precise with making sure you're aimed right. You just saw the same stuff with power-ups, but in that case, maybe it's not going to help you, or maybe it will help you because... Yeah, I don't know. I mean... Alright, there's an extra life. So, this is, I think, going to be the same case as we saw on Expert, where maybe I'm going to be okay just because of the fact I'm getting lives. Actually, seeing the game, it seems like it's slowing down more on Maniacal here, for some reason. Not that it's bad, it's just noticeable a little bit. And it's not debilitating. That's the other thing about this game. Even when it does have slowdown, it's not debilitating whatsoever. It's just a case where you notice, like, okay, yeah, just basically you want to get rid of the enemies to make the game run a little faster, basically. That's the idea. And not a case where I think, well, no, they should have scaled back on the enemies here or something like that. I think it makes sense how they ran it, and it makes sense to say, yeah, go all the way. And honestly, this is not a game where it's as debilitating with that as other shooters like this, and for that matter, not as debilitating as far as making it so that, actually, a concept I don't think we talked about on the show yet, when it comes to shoot 'em ups, those being, what is it? Slowdown assisted, I'm trying to think, what's the term of this? Slowdown assistance? Basically the case that when you play a shoot 'em up game, particularly on Super Nintendo, there are a lot of them that had a lot of slowdown with a lot of enemies and things on screen. Super R-Type in particular, that's a game that does that a lot. People saying, oh, the game is easier because it slows down, so it kind of assists you because of the fact that the game is bogging down. So even if there's like tons of things to avoid, it makes it a little easier because of the fact that you kind of move slower and you have more time to react. So in that way, it kind of can help. And people saying, like, no, that shouldn't help. That actually, oh, actually, no, I sort of talked about that before. We showed Mega Man X2 for Super Nintendo. I went into that because that game, and I think it might be some copies of the game on Super Nintendo that fix this. I know the re-release has changed this, where they make it so that you have, what is it? The boss with Surges, or Surges, I should say. He does the jump around, like the spinning attack when you shoot him, and he shoots out those energy bolts in every direction. Jesus Christ, I killed him fast. It slows down on Super Nintendo a lot, so it makes that battle actually really easy to avoid all the shots, where if you don't have that, or play the versions where they address that, it's not as easy to go through. Alright, that went really well, so honestly, too well. So basically it's going faster, but as I said, I want to see if there's an extra ending for Maniacal at the end of it. So you know what, we're going to do that. Let's go back to the menu. They also give you an option when you do a quit saying, hey, do you want to save where you are? For this, I don't need to, and I will put the volume back up again. I had it down. Let's see, go to level... We're gonna go to level 99 on Maniacal. I'm gonna see how this goes. Yeah, same thing with the shifter, and same thing we're gonna be on the machine. Alright, since I'm running on Maniacal, look at this. I'm going nuts. There you go. Rainy burst. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so yeah, if this game was not fast enough for you, turn on Maniacal and it'll go faster. And the enemies will go faster, and I guess the boss will? We'll see. And we'll have one more dance with the original invader. Let's see what we get for our mission. Well, oh, wait a second. Right, I forgot. The, right, for the level select, it only has 2 digits. Actually, you can't skip to the last level. You have to play level 9, or at least you have to start from level 9 when it comes to this on ouch. For the final world. Oh no! Wait, oh shit! Wait a second. Hold on. Okay, shield. I have that. So let's see how this goes. Just making it easier? Let's see. I mean, I can still get him set, so, alright. Just don't get hit. If I get hit once, it's a game over. I mean, maybe because the shots are going faster, maybe this is easier. Because remember, the idea of Space Invaders, normally, and really at any time, you shoot one bullet and you have to wait till it goes off screen in order to do it. Because I have... I guess I got double shot? I don't know if I got double shot. I was just going so damn fast it goes off screen. This is a massacre. So, you do still have to time the shot. It's not that, oh no, you don't have to time it. And when you do hit him, by the way, he goes up the top again. Jesus Christ, look at all the shots he's got him. Alright, that was a massacre. So, maybe it was easier. Ironically, you think, like, well, Maniacal's gonna be insane. Okay, so we beat the game of Maniacal, in air quotes. We did show the idea of the final boss. Let's see, I think we get another cutscene for this. I guess this is the final way of killing him. Alright, we'll see if this is any different. I don't know if it is. Okay, so there you go. That is, what we got, and then we'll go into his final thoughts. I'm also going to take a look over here, see. Do everything classic game, or, arcade remake case? I mean, I can pull it out for its hyper, but I don't have my Nintendo 64 stuff around. I'd have to go upstairs and grab that. Let me see. compilation of games. That's a Midway thing. As far as Activision, no, hold on. Okay, hang on a second. I don't know. Do I want to take the risk on this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, I'll explain what I'm talking about in just a second. Just because I want to see what's going on for this. Because I think it might be the same cutscene. I don't think it's I don't know if it's changing anything. Okay, so it's the same cutscene, I think, even on the highest difficulty. And from what I understand, this is not one of those games where if you cheat and go to the end of it, that it changes the cutscene. Okay. Alright, it goes to the menu, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot up the credits. Oh, actually, no, I'm not going to boot up the credits yet. I got to show off what 2 players like. Just for the reference of it. And we showed the classic game already. I showed the instructions at the beginning of the show. Let me just put this on normal just to show the idea of how this operates. Because I have another controller connected to the console. Because, yeah, you're 2-player in this. So we did show Space Invaders Deluxe when we looked at Title Legends 2 a couple months ago, which had 2-player competitive case. But how about 2-player cooperative? Because that's what Space Invaders provides here. That being said, when I did test this earlier, I got a case where player 1's cannon didn't come out again, or I died, I got a game over. There are continues you share when you're in co-op. You get 5 continues. But, yeah, okay, here's the deal. It looks like there's just one. No, it isn't. There's more than one. So in this case, I'm trying to play this game twice, so, or two-handed as far as that's like, well, we're doing shooting like that. Each player has shots going on, so they can each build up the vertical burst or anything else going on, and, right, no, hit that. I let my other one self die. And they'll keep going on there. That one's dead. Alright, I died, so in that case, you can keep that going. I'm gonna show one of them getting a game over. Because also, I guess I want to put to the test. Okay, we both died. Actually, if we both died at the same time. Okay, I get continued, so I hit on controller 1. Okay, so I came back. And here's controller 2 as far as that. So yeah, you have co-op of your Space Invaders game. I'm doing it 1 player. But having said that, I mean, I guess we could show this game as far as a play for 2-player, maybe. I mean, we played the whole game already. Or, if nothing else, giving lip service to it. Because if nothing else, I want to do that. Because you might think, wait a minute, why didn't you show this when you have somebody else? Or it's like, sometimes I can't. Sometimes a case where the schedules aren't matching up, or people don't care enough, quite frankly, when it comes to saying, oh, I'm going to show this. I hate to say that, but it's true. But I do. So I'm going to say, if it has to come to that, I'm going to show it myself that way. Anything to give you the game and give you the full way, but alright. Fine. I didn't continue, so it got game over there. So, alright, never mind. I guess the glitch I saw didn't happen. But as I said, it is interesting thinking this, which is that you have a continue case in 2-player, but not in 1-player. I don't know why that is. Alright, I'm going to not take the continue. I'm going to take the game over, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot up the credits, because the credits are in the menu. I don't know why it doesn't show them when you beat the game, but having said that, I'm going to show it. I'm going to go on final thoughts, and I'm going to maybe do something as an extra, sort of. But I also... I'll show the opening cutscene again. But it's also a question I was mentioning when I said at Jet Set Radio when it came to handling licensed content. I'm kind of taking a risk on this if I'm going to do this. I'll mention in a second. Final thoughts on Space Invaders PlayStation, though, or Space Invaders 99, or Space Invaders X, whatever you call it. Space Invaders, the Activision game. Whatever you call it, this is a really good remake of the classic. It's a case where it does have a lot of strategy that it offers to really enhance on what Space Invaders did. You're seeing here the tank graveyard, memories of those of Paris in 1978. Cool. Yeah, definitely so. But it's also something that this game has. What I think surprised me the most about this game is the case that the people who made this really, I think, thought through the case of saying, we do want to remake this game, and they could think, well, we could use this as a license to be getting something that sells tons of copies, perhaps. Because remember, Space Invaders was so big when it came out in 1978, there was a run on yen coins in Japan. So we can't print enough of these because, as far as the Japanese mint, because people were putting it into these machines so much. It was a sensation. And we think about that and say, well, we could come back like 20-something years afterwards, saying we can take that name and put it really on anything. Sometimes the question is, does it feel like the source material that's coming from? Sometimes that's the question. And I guess that goes to the idea of what a remake's going to be. And also the question, I guess, of saying, well, it's coming from an American developer compared to Taito being a Japanese company. But what is really interesting, and let me go to credits. So I'll show the credits going on as far as everybody who made this very good game over at Z-Axis. I think it's a case where they had their own really good ideas of what they wanted to do, and they filtered them through the shell of what Space Invaders was. And I'll say this, I don't necessarily think that it would be wrong necessarily for them to have said, we're going to go in a completely different direction, and maybe say, well, it might not feel the same. I don't think that it could have been a case where it could really stand out, but I think the way it stands on this one, it kind of makes it a great game in the same way that Space Invaders itself is, but also being a real build on that. And we've seen that with all the Space Invaders games we've seen, which this is the 7th one, as it's turned out, that we played for the show. And I mentioned at the beginning of the show, but I'll mention it again. Along with the Title Legends plays that we had, I'm going to have a new playlist going for Space Invaders. It's going to count all of these plays. So Title Legends 1, Title Legends 2, and then this. It really is a great evolution of Space Invaders as a concept, but also something that, even if you don't know what Space Invaders is, it's something, it stands alone as something really unique, really fun, and something that keeps coming up with new ways to surprise you and to build upon itself as it goes along. Because it could have been one thing of saying, just go across wave after wave after wave of enemies across 100 levels like we did, and call it a day. Fair enough as far as that, but the case that each level has unique enemy types that give you unique power-ups, including all the way to the end of the game with extra worlds, is something really cool, and it's something that I'm glad I discovered this. Lekfors, thank you so much for exposing me to this game, exposing us to this game, because that's the idea. Whenever you make a request on the show, you're exposing everybody as far as our best channel on Twitch, or anybody that comes by and watches the shows on our YouTube site. You're exposing them to a game that means a lot to you, or a game that you think there's some interest in this, or maybe it's worth talking about. Honestly, I think in a lot of ways any game really can be worth talking about some aspect really to kind of put into context of what it is, good or bad, or maybe both. And in this case, it is a great look as far as thinking these classic remakes of games we saw tons of back in the day, and see in a different way nowadays. And this is a really good game, and if I'd have played this, I think when it came out, I probably would have really liked it. And at that time, I was not that familiar with Space Invaders. I'd heard the name. I'd heard that it was ported to Game Boy and Super Nintendo, and a case where some people saying, well, even Nintendo Power, they said, you know what, I wasn't a huge fan of Space Invaders back in the day. The Super Nintendo port is just that and nothing more. And saying, well, is there really much to this? But then again, a case that, well, with this new one, I said, okay, this seemed kind of interesting. It wasn't a case where I didn't play it because I wasn't interested. And it was on Nintendo 64, so I could have played it there. But I guess I played the bigger games that were out. I played Donkey Kong 64 because this came out right around when that did. I played Jet Force Gemini. I had played what came out in 1999 on that console. I played some other underrated games also on Nintendo 64, like Snowbird Kids 2. That's a game from 1999 that is kind of underappreciated, definitely, in some ways. But cases where it definitely has a nice cult following for people who know this game. Ooh, this is cool. I think you put Space Invaders in this category as well. And it is a really great remake of a great game. And also, if you're like, no, I don't like the idea of how they remade it, they give you the classic. So the classic is in here as well. You do have to unlock it, or you put the code in and beat the game on normal in order to get it. But it's here, and then when you play it, and I think that's the other thing I think that's very clever about this game, why I started the show tonight looking at the classic mode. I said, I think it's important to look at the original Space Invaders from 1978, and then look at that against the original game, or against this original game we got, this new one, or newer one. And it's interesting to think also what I said, I guess, with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles last week, which is that's a series where there are a lot of different interpretations of itself, so that even though it's been around for a long time, there seems to be a lot of generations of people where they have their version of this game, or that version of that enterprise in the case of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I think with this one, it's kind of the same idea. You have people who played it when it came out in 1978. You have people who maybe played some of the home ports when they were on Atari. You have people who maybe played them on Super Nintendo and Game Boy when they came around, because I know that Game Boy version apparently sold really well. And you also had cases of remakes like this, and other ones as far as more modern takes on Space Invaders, with those Space Invaders Extreme games that were on PSP. Space Invaders Get Even, which is on the Wii, which is actually a delisted game. And some of the other interpretations, or Space Raiders, who played on the GameCube, which is a remake of Space Invaders itself. That's kind of weird as far as, kind of almost a gritty remake, a little bit. I don't know if based on what I've seen of that, it's as good as this. I mean, honestly, just from looking at this seems a lot more appealing to me. And even if it's going a little more, I guess, tough with how its look is, you're seeing the demo mode here. It still has some nice colors to kind of differentiate itself. It also feels like a piece of Space Invaders itself. Was actually Space Raiders. Honestly, when I first looked at that game, I don't know if anybody's ever played that, you are kind of shooting from you're shooting straight ahead at the aliens like this game, but they kind of tilted downwards. So you're kind of shooting forward a little bit, but you're moving left and right in order to do it. It was interesting when I first saw that game, I didn't actually know it was a remake of Space Invaders. I'm not saying they should have called it Space Invaders, but looking at it, I didn't even think that. So, this looks kind of whatever, and I know some reviews at the time said this game isn't very good, and they said it's a remake of Space Invaders. Like, wait, it is? And I looked and said, yeah, Taito's involved in this. So yeah, it was. So going back to the idea of seeing going a different direction, making it not recognizable, and I guess apparently with that one, not even being able to do that right in terms of the sense of saying they're going off their own direction. Not only does it not feel like it, but whatever new they're trying, that seems like it's kind of a pale shadow of other things you could be playing instead. I mean, I guess there's something to be said about the tight balancing act that this game is playing. And it is a really cool game. As I said, I'm glad to have found it. Thank you, Electverse, again, for making the request for the show on this one. If you're curious to this game, this did not cost me much to get this. I paid like $10 for it, complete in the box. As far as on the other systems, it's, I think, about the same on Nintendo 64, maybe a little more. I don't think it costs a whole lot. It's on the PC. I don't know how it is to get the compatibility running. There's the Game Boy Color version, which is a different take on this. It's not the same as this, which we could show at some point. And then there's the Game Boy Advance port, that's Space Invaders EX, which is porting this, downgrading it a little, but porting it straight. So, yeah, I would recommend you give this one a shot. And if you love Space Invaders, I think it'll remind you why you love Space Invaders, but also enhance on the things that made Space Invaders great to begin with in ways that may be coming in. I didn't necessarily even think that, oh, you know, you could do that. And also, for that matter, on other Space Invaders games. I mentioned Majestic 12, the Space Invaders Part 4. I said, I never thought that there'd be something where I could kind of get a sense of connective tissue to that, not just because it's part of the franchise, but just because of the fact of how it operates for certain things. It seems like a great build on that game, which is an underrated game too. In that case, I had a great time playing this. Okay, now, I'm gonna say this. You know what, I do have some time. I'm gonna see about this. I also am gonna be in a case where... let me reset the console. I don't have another remake of something from an arcade game on PlayStation. The only thing I have kind of similar to this is a classic game compilation, that being Arcade's Greatest Hits, the Midway Collection 2. That's not anything going on with Taito, though. So what else do I have? Do I have anything even in line? Well, I thought, and I said, well, I have another game by Activision on this console. It is a game I was asked for. In fact, Electverse asked for this. This is not the method upon which we're going to show it. But I think I might want to put this in just as a little bit of a bonus, even though it doesn't go at all with Space Invaders. It's also a question I have on licensed content. It's Spider-Man, which came out in 2000 for the PlayStation. It's by Activision, by Neversoft, who made Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. The game opens with the old Spider-Man theme from the TV show. I've not tested yet if it's a case where I would be called for this and saying, oh, you're playing a licensed material, and if it would be a problem. That being said, I haven't gotten a DMCA strike on anything on Twitch, even when I thought I did by accident when it came to Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3. Showing the trailer of that in the GameCube preview disc and saying, well, wait a minute, it's John Williams music, I'm going to be screwed, I'm going to get a content strike on this. Twitch I didn't. When I uploaded it just as far as the raw file before I edited it out, or edited it to, because I lost my commentary. I meant to mute the game and not my mic. I did it opposite, so I lost my commentary. So let me record this. I said it was a content question as opposed to a strike. I was like, okay. I haven't tested with Spider-Man. This doesn't seem as bad a case where I feel like, I'm going to get myself shut down by doing this. As opposed to if I had Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on this console. I said, let's play the intro of that, play Police Truck by the Dead Kennedys without muting it, and then it's like, yeah, show's shutting down, I guarantee that, on the back of that. So, I'm sort of debating this. But you know what, I'm going to give it a little bit of a look, because we're going to look at this, I'm going to play this on the Dreamcast, but I do have it on the PlayStation as well. It's the only thing I think it goes with this. It goes kind of summer-based. We got comic book movies out like Thunderbolts and Superman, which came out recently, and the Fantastic Four, the First Steps, that's out next week. And Spider-Man's coming back with another movie, I think in a couple of years. And I was asked for this game, and I was going to figure this somehow anyway. I'm going to figure it now on the show. I'm also going to put in the PlayStation game because I have not loaded this in a while, so I don't know how it's going to work, honestly. I won't show much of this. And I'm also going to have to play around with the audio on the fly because I did not test this whatsoever. I guess I got to change the thing here. Probably saying why we're not playing Space Invaders. Let's put this in. And I'm not going to mute this. And okay, I'm not going to. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm going to mute. Oh god, let me think about this. I'm going to mute the opening cutscene because it doesn't have subtitles. So that is what I will do when we get to this game. As I said, we're going to play it on the Dreamcast, just to let you know, because I have it on that. And I'll briefly tell my story also when it comes to how did I come upon that Dreamcast version after I bought this one. Yeah, I said Neversoft made this. They made Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, 2, 3, 4, Underground, Underground 2, American Wasteland, Project 8. And they ran this on the same engine as Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. This also got ported to Nintendo 64 and PC. This is perhaps one of the best Spider-Man games before the Insomniac ones nowadays. So this is going to be interesting. Do I get content striked about this with the Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. So there we go. Okay, so chat, if you ever played Spider-Man, any version, I was going to go in the controller customization. You set the default switch, by the way, it's X button for jumping, kicking is on circle, punching is on square button, and web is on triangle. And you use whip targeting for the L1 button, zip lining on R1, web swing on R2. This, by the way, was one of the first cases of Spider-Man going 3D, and they did a pretty good job as far as first run. Or you can run kid mode controls, where it makes the web swinging double tap the jump button, which, and also how do you control web, or how do I shot web, going to the meme about that, which is pressing D-pad or analog stick in direction and then hitting the web button, that being on triangle. I'm going to go default on this. Music and sound, I'm not going to change that. No! You usually get the voice acting going on to give you the test as far as that. Audio, stereo, mono, I'll keep it at default. Actually, you know what? I want to put the movie volume up because I'm going to mute that on the movie anyway. Screen adjust is basically centering in the middle of the screen. You have gallery, which you can get stuff as far as game covers for the game. Stuff going on also for the comic book covers that go with levels, which is pretty cool. Cinematics you unlock in the game, and then comic book covers that you go along. We'll go through everything when we get to this game for full. Special going extra costumes you get for Spider-Man. Here he is. Here's the normal suit now as far as that. Also looking at the credits and also entering cheat codes. We're pointing out also this. There's an interesting thing when it comes to the cheat code in this game where you put in codes and unlock certain things. But they also have a little bit of a profanity check in this. It's kind of like Conker's Bad Fur Day does, a little bit. Where in that game, they'll comment on the fact if you type in something dirty, and they'll say like, charming, or that wasn't very nice, was it? Well, this game does the same thing. I want to show this off, so I'm going to type in the F word. Or fine, the F-U-C-K F word. And you're like, yeah, why am I putting this in? To show this. He punches it. I love that. He punched it and turned it into something innocent. So he says, like, yeah, donut. It's like, yeah, you fucking donut. I'm thinking of Hell's Kitchen and Gordon Ramsay as far as that. But yeah, I just want to show that idea. You also have records when it comes to going through your levels, because you also have aspects of other modes like time attack, target practice, speed training, all that stuff. Training mode they give you. Let's start a new game on this. I'm going to mute the mic, by the way, because this cutscenes are not subtitled, unfortunately. Well, we'll get to this game. See, also get concentrate on the opening release, but I don't think the rest of it will. I'll start on normal. All right, so stay tuned, true believers. We're going to have a little bit of fun here with some extra with Spider-Man. Fitting it's an Activision game. It's the only one I got. I know it doesn't go with Space Invaders, but we're going to get to this game full, I promise. And I figured this might be the best case to do it for now. That and also make up for the fact we're not going to be live next week. But anyway, I'll be back in just a second.
Technology is the light that will cut through the darkness. When humanity conforms to a single truth, a truth based in technological progress and scientific method, we will be unstoppable. I, Dr. Otto Octavius, vow as a scientist and businessman that my duties to humankind will be fulfilled. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, nice words, Octavius. If these executives knew you the way I do, I wonder if they'd be so quick to applaud.
Just keep shooting, Eddie. When J. Jonah Jameson sees these photos, my career is gonna be right back on track.
Checkpoint 1, where's your 20?
Just backstage, all is...
Who dares? Face me, coward! Face a worthy foe. Spider-Man?
Last time I checked, I was Spider-Man.
Spider-Man? What's he doing?
Gotta get into my costume and take out this imposter. I can't get free of this crowd.
You can't get a shot. Jameson would pay any price to get this kind of dirt on Spider-Man.
Move! That was Eddie Brock.
Who the? He looked familiar, but whatever. Stay focused, bro. He's stealing Octavius's device. Oh no! He sees me. My camera! No! Ah, it's over. It's all over. I blew it again. Oh, I can hear Jameson's voice already.
Brock, you loser! If I had given a real photographer that job, I would finally have the evidence to send Spider-Man away forever! You're through, Brock! When I am done with you, you won't be able to get a job taking wedding pictures in Siberia!
I tried to fight it. Can't fight it anymore!
Again, innocence falls prey to the evil of Spider-Man. Rest easy, Brock. Venom is here. And if it's the last thing we ever do, Jameson and the insect are gonna pay.
Phase 1 completed. Let us begin Phase 2.
Yeah! It begins.
Welcome, true believers and newcomers alike. Spider-Man co-creator Stan Lee here. Once again, we find our hero Peter Parker, better known around the world as the Amazing Spider-Man, in a heap of trouble. But this is just the beginning, Spidey fans. So get ready for a true superhero action thriller, packed to the brim with thrills and chills, twists and turns, more supervillains than you can shake a web at, and of course, non-stop web-slinging, wall-crawling action.
Hey, Spider.
Hey, Black Cat, what's going on?
I know there's been some trouble, but the bank's being robbed, and they've got hostages. Use your Spidey compass to get to the bank quickly.
Thanks, Cat.
Okay, so yeah, there was a lot unpacking on that one, but yeah, as you're seeing there, Spider-Man was trying to thwart Eddie Brock, who's going on, because him and Dr. Octavius are involved as far as stuff going on in town, and now the bank's being robbed, so we have to go and stop that. And we did hear the late Stan Lee, by the way, introducing as the narrator of the game. And we have Spidey, who we'll go into full voice acting discussion, we'll get to this. But as you mentioned this before on the show, like Chris, you have, it is Rino Romano who voices Spider-Man. He was Spider-Man actually on the 2003, he was Spider-Man in, there's an arm of this that he was Spider-Man in aside from the game. He was also Gaspard in Dark Cloud 2 for the PlayStation 2. He was the voice of Revan in Star Wars Knights of the Republic, and he was Luis Serra in Resident Evil 4. Yeah, the voice acting in this game is awesome. Unfortunately, I wish the game was subtitled, and every version's like this, where it's not. Yeah, we're going to at least give a little bit of preview to this, because I don't know when we're going to get to this. As I said, when we play this, we're playing on the Dreamcast, because of the fact that it has better graphics. But that being said...
Hey, Spider-Man.
Alright, and you have Black Cat telling you what you got to do.
When a building is close enough, you can swing to it. Press the jump button, and then press and hold the R2 button while in the air to swing.
Alright, so yeah, she'll give you perspective on how does Spider-Man. So how does Spider-Man, as far as this is... Moving around with the left analog stick, jumping is on A button, and when you're in the air, hit the R2 button to swing. Yeah, so Spidey swing, there you go, and you can grab on the side of the buildings and climb along. It does control really, really well. There are the Spider-Man games that would do more than this as it goes along, but having said that, talk about a great first case of going 3D with it.
Spidey! That's a web cartridge. You can carry up to 10 of them.
Yeah, because this version of Spider-Man, he does run on web cartridges, other cases where sometimes just comes out of them as it is. And web button, by the way, that is on triangle. So in this case, we gotta follow the compass, which is down there, and Spidey said it's tingling.
Something's going on here.
Yeah, in that case, when you see the Spidey sense, that means there's an enemy.
Hold it, Spider. He doesn't look friendly.
He doesn't look friendly, but you gotta be careful, otherwise he's gonna turn around and see us. Alright, it's a comic. So yeah, we can press a punch button as far as a square or kick him off. And there are button combinations, kind of like a little bit of a beat him, or you can just time up the web and incapacitate him that way. It's actually pretty fun as far as what they go. I'm not going to show much. I'm probably just going to go to the bank and thwart the robbery. Just as far as an idea, I know it's kind of a weird case, like putting this in along with Space Invaders. It's like, I don't have anything else to show that's going to kind of go in line. So fine. Next best thing, next Activision game, and since this is viewer request tonight, I'll pull something else out. I'll scope this. I'll also see if I get content straight on the intro, which I don't think I will, or anything else. And we will play this game eventually. I'll run the Dreamcast version just to tell you my story on how I own this, or how I own both this and the Dreamcast version. Is I rented the Dreamcast version when it came out in 2001. It came a little later. It was by Treyarch, who did the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater ports to the Dreamcast as well, and it would actually take over the reins of this franchise for Activision for quite a bit of time.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I do love the idea of how hilariously sardonic and sarcastic Spider-Man is in this. Yeah, the voice acting in this, as far as Rino Romano, is terrific, but also the case of everybody in this game. We don't need health. That gives us health as far as that. But the case that I rented it, and I was like, this is pretty fun, but I didn't buy it. But then, in the case that years later, the price went up on the Dreamcast version, so I said, there's no way in hell I'm ever going to find this. Let me turn this down. Now, I won't completely mute over this. When we play the game fully, we will. Yeah, because the police are in the air, but they also say, hey, wait a second, they're working for the villain, so yeah, they think Spider-Man is the bad guy. Alright, uh-oh. Also, yeah. Okay, right. There's that. There, fine. There's that copter. They shot that one down. It is worth pointing out this game came out about a year after, or a year before 9/11, which also goes to its sequel, Spider-Man 2: Enter Electro, which they did make changes to because it came out right after that. This one was about a year or so, or a couple months for the Dreamcast version. But anyway, the Dreamcast version was a case of went up in price. I was doing a lot of retro game collecting in 2007, so I bought like a lot of stuff off of or from EB Games back in the day. I bought tons of games with PlayStation. I got this because I said I'm probably not gonna find that Dreamcast version. I then went to my local Hollywood Video before it was closing, and then I was looking around saying, what do they have? I was kind of just jumping between video stores when they close, saying, what do you have as far as I can maybe pick up a deal or something you're gonna try and offload, because they were like selling off their stock and all that. But anyway, I went there. I saw, this was like 2007. I found a copy of Spider-Man on the box. Actually, I'm going to pull the box off of my shelf to give an indication of this. I'll probably have pictures for the edit. On the front, it said, actually I'm going to open it because I then made custom artwork to show the Dreamcast art. I saw it on the side. On the spine, it says PS2 Spider-Man. So I said, okay, it's the movie game from the PS2. I was like, okay. But underneath that was a logo for the GameCube, and on the back of it, it said GameCube. Like, okay, there's the GameCube version. But smack dab on the front, it said Spider-Man had in Sharpie with an underlined Dreamcast. They asked $9.99 for it. It's like, whoa, hold on, what is this? I said, so I kind of thought, I was like, do I take this? What do I ask him as far as this? I said, I took it up to the counter. I was like, hey, I saw that you have this copy of Spider-Man here. It says here it's on the PS2. That has the logo on the back that's on the GameCube. The front of it says it's on the Dreamcast. What is this? What version is it? I don't know. Let's open it. He opened. He said, oh my God, this is the Dreamcast version. I didn't even know we had this. And he said, you want this? Like, yeah, sure. And so I took it, but it's also the case they also said, yeah, this game's kind of scratched up a bit. It's like, let's run through the debuffer before we do that. So that's how I own the Dreamcast version. Having said that, that Dreamcast version is kind of beat up. I think it runs fine, but that being said, I will want to test it before we get to this game as far as how it is. And it is the same game as this. There's no differences to it except it just looks better. Not that it looks bad on the PlayStation, it's just that it looks better on the Dreamcast as is. And since we do have a way to play it that way, we'll show it that way. But yeah, with Spider-Man, you can do anything a spider can, which is saying, hey, we're going to jump on the side of the building and try to climb down and find hidden web cartridges and things like that. Also, because of my web, I think you can do it like a web upwards. Oh, right, jump on the... Oh, right, that's the idea. If you hit the R1 button, or R2 button, you can launch the web out from anywhere. Oh, no, hit the L1 button, you basically go up onto the ceiling. That's a question of, like, how do you control Spider-Man as far as a 3D case? And we haven't shown Spider-Man really yet at all, because we haven't shown any of the games from the 8 and 16-bit era, and we didn't show the ones on the PlayStation 4 or 5 yet. But also the camera gets a little squirrely, but it's also not too bad, because in the sense that, yeah, it has to get a sense like, where is Spider-Man going, and it does a decent job of keeping up with him. Having said that, you definitely can see that this is kind of like the first case of something like that. But if nothing else, it is interesting to see. But yeah, there's enemies up there, so I gotta climb. But you also can kind of get put into a loop a little. Yeah, as I said, I'm not going to go long on this one. In that case, I think I'll end the show for the night. And I'll mention how next week's show is, because we're not going to be live next week. Bam, they have guns, punch them. You hear this great music. As I said, I'll have full credits on music and everything. We'll get to this game for show at some point. But as I figured, we haven't shown this yet, and it was a case of a viewer request. And yeah, it is a little close quarters. You know what? I'm gonna also... Alright, also, you can press the D-pad direction. You also get the web fists out. You can also do a throw. You pull backwards, but I've got him stuck that way, so that's not gonna work. Whoop. I'll also practice this game more before we get to it, because as I said, I actually haven't played this game in years.
That's the last one. Hope these hostages are still alright.
Alright, so we're going in. We're gonna save the hostages. We'll do that, and... yeah, what the hell, let's save. After I get to the case of finding the people in the bank, I will then, I think we'll end it. As an input name, I'll put Sogs in for this. There we go. As I said, it'll be a little bit of an extra. because actually I guess we finished Space Invaders way faster than I thought we were going to. But I had a great time doing that and have a great time giving a brief look at this. And fitting, because as I said, this is another Activision game. It's the only other one I got on this console.
Well, I hope they don't mind if I make a quick deposit.
And also the case that it's a game that we talked about is a game like First Requested 2, along with Space Invaders. Let's do it now. Why not? And also the case that I always want to give you something unexpected, including sometimes things I don't expect. Saying I didn't expect I necessarily want to show this tonight. But then I thought, well, it's short. I want to at least give you something as far as it. Not that if we have to have a really short show, we have a really short show, but I think I have a bit of justification. I'm just going to keep going, following the arrow about what's going on. Kill the enemies. Also, oh, right, he died. And by the way, if any of the hostages are killed, it's a game over. Having said that, it is just a case where you just go back to the start of the stage. Or the area, I should say.
Well, I hope they don't mind if I make a quick deposit.
There you go. That's my Spidey sense tingling. I do have that effect as well. Also, by the way, as far as camera control, you hit the L1 button, put the camera behind you, and then you hold that, and that's also how you can do the targeting of your web shot. But also, I want to be careful after what happened, because I forgot, yeah, you can't go in willy-nilly. So you have to sort of stealth this game, but not completely. It's not as much as the Insomniac ones. We haven't shown the Insomniac ones either. I'm going to target here. But now I'll say, yeah, target him so he runs away. Uh-oh. Be able to shoot the web ball.
That room there controls the security doors.
Yeah, web ball is forward and triangle.
There's got to be another way in.
So he says there's another way in, he's right. When you see these grates on the floor, hit R1. That means you can go right up and right through the vents. In the case that you have to kind of see through, so it's almost like Super Mario Sunshine in the sense that you have to kind of get a sense like what's going on or looking through to see underneath. Like all right, we got in.
Open the security doors.
The security doors here, so you got to be careful. Left and that, I get the web fist, which powers up the punches and kicks. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna use my web cartridge and shoot out there. So there's one. Alright, so he's going out, so yeah, take care, guys. Then 2, which opens that door, and then 3 will open the other one. So there's a web cartridge set, and they usually give you enough web cartridges, so you don't have to worry about cases running out, unless you're completely willy-nilly with your powers, but then again, sometimes it pays to do. Oh shit, they're here. And I guess it goes without saying, when it comes to health, if you run out of health, that's game over, so be careful. But you do technically have unlimited lives. So it's not going to be too bad. Let's make sure the volume is set, because I have to actually turn this game down a lot, it seems like, from what I'm hearing on volume. But maybe not as much here. I think it's loud on the top, or off the top. Alright, there you go. So, web ball. Yeah, I can do the Marvel vs. Capcom quotes as far as this game.
Help me.
You also could go on the ceiling and saying, well, they can't see me here. And they give you that nice arrow over there to get a sense of, hey, you know, you can get the drop on the enemy. Or I think, I'm trying to remember if this is the one where you can web them up from here. I know one of them lets you do that. Maybe it's not. Oh yeah, it is this. Well, it's sort of this one. I mean, it just went down on the floor.
Pick up an object by pressing punch, and I can throw the object by pressing punch again.
Right, basically you can pick up the furniture. So yeah, here you go. In that case, you just want to toss the furniture out, you can do that. Okay. And thinking about when this game came out, I'll tell you this. We're talking about, with Space Invaders, the case of remakes of classic games, and it being a kind of standout. You say the same thing with Spider-Man here, because this was a case where superhero games in 3D was kind of a question. Because we had Superman on Nintendo 64, which was not well received, and that's being very nice.
Well, going down?
All right, we're going down. But also a case that this kind of in that way came at just the right time, saying, well, the Superman game was a mess. But Activision said, all right, we're going to take our hand on Spider-Man. It was a question of, where are the really good Spider-Man games? I mean, there are some you could argue when it comes to 16-bit era, depending on who you are. I know Maximum Carnage is a game that's been pretty well liked. And depending on how you ask, maybe separation anxiety or maybe not, as far as how it is. Especially when you get to the part of that game with beating down only Life Foundation soldiers, like 4 levels. Going to the console wars play of that game, as far as the discussing. Basically, the first case they said, we got a game, we're doing a best of, and then we basically say, you know what, we're giving up on it being a best of. We're saying, let's give the less crappy game, or the less crappy game. Whoa. Ow. You shoot me, not them. Here we are at the deposit area. But this kind of being a case of saying, yeah, taking a character like this, transition in 3D, and Spider-Man doing it pretty well. I mean, there's some weird stuff with the camera, yes.
Drop in?
And it's a case where maybe the later games got a little better, but also a case that this is still a pretty fun game. It captures the feel of Spider-Man. It has really good voice acting. The music's awesome. And you think, well, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater engine for this. It doesn't seem like it plays whatsoever the same way, but it does have, like with that one, almost an interesting kind of combo perspective of saying, hey, you have some option about how you want to handle things, kind of like Space Invaders, I guess, in that way, sort of too, and then saying, well, you get a lot of options as far as doing different things. You can kind of play it around the way you want, kind of make it, in a way, a game about experimentation that makes it pretty fun that way, you know? Even just the thrill of saying, hey, we're just going to do the web swinging.
Uh-oh, more hostages and a bomb. Have to be really careful here.
Alright.
They're messing with us. Start the timer on the bomb.
Uh-oh.
Take out all the hostages.
Alright, 2 minutes. We gotta kill these things. Thankfully, they are seeing me. They're not focusing on the hostages, so we gotta do something about this bomb.
Help me, Spider-Man, help me.
Of course, no problem. We got you.
Robbers have been taken care of, but what can I do about the bomb? Think, Spidey, think.
I can pick it up. Well, I think what we can do on this damn bomb. I think we gotta walk out of here with it. We'll walk out of the way part way. Oh, right, I remember now. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I know what I gotta do. See that nice vault in there? We open the vault and we can put the bomb in there. Uh-oh, but also when you drop it, the bomb starts going faster.
Big safe.
Alright, to pick it up, toss it in here, and close the vault. There you go. So when it goes off, that vault is protected massively, so yeah, it's not gonna do much. There we go, got it out.
Time, guys.
And you have the nice swing, and also the nice freeze frame when you get the end of the level. I love that. Okay. Alright, I think that's it. Actually, let's see. This is not the part where we get J. Jonah Jameson yet. Because I do love that when we have to go find him. Because, of course, he has this thing about Spider-Man saying he wants Spider-Man brought to justice. As we're pointing out, this is before, what is it? This is before, oh, right, there you go. Yeah, Scorpion comes in, and there is J. Jonah Jameson. This is before, J.K. Simmons was voicing him, because this is before the movie came out by about 2 years.
Shut up and dial 911. Scorpion's here, and you have to...
But in that case, remember, Peter Parker, he's working for J. Jonah Jameson. He doesn't know he's Spider-Man, but he's like, I gotta get Spider-Man, and I gotta destroy him. But of course, when you get to him, in this case, he says, Spider-Man? He says, Spider-Man? I asked for police, and I got this? It's great stuff.
For being stuck in his scorpion suit. Spidey had better get.
I also love the layout of, as far as the scenario, the story that we get from, what's his name, Stan Lee here. And he does call himself co-creator, so he's being honest that way. Him and Jack Kirby have created the comic book. And I think... Oh, right, I forgot. I have to do a race. Actually, I do have to go out. So I'm going to go and get to that. I'm going to go through that, and then when we see him, that's going to be the end of the game. Also, you have to be careful on where you get stuff set. As far as doing the swinging, because you can't completely swing onto anything you want. So you have to have buildings in vicinity, which is something that the later Spider-Man games would also do, but also cases where you can kind of trick off of, I guess, lampposts and things like that. Particularly Spider-Man 2, as far as on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, and also particularly the ones by Insomniac nowadays. It's fine. They're taking the shots. I don't care about taking the shots. I want to get myself going. And also, in this game, when you do swinging, you do use up web cartridge ammo.
Time is running out.
Alright, so yeah, I gotta get there before Scorpion does. Or before he causes trouble to J. Jonah Jameson, because he's probably gonna kill him.
Hey, keep your eyes open. The sooner we take out Spider-Man, the sooner the boss pays us.
Hey guys, I'm got to go. I'm gonna have to go now. So fine, I'm not coming up with the Spidey quotes. I was like, yeah, no, I should let Reno Romano do that. I don't like to call him Ray Romano. He's not Spider-Man. But as I said, I'll have full voice actor notes when we get to the case of that. Because actually, yeah, tonight was a rare case where I didn't have to have that because there's no voice acting in Space Invaders. In that case, knock him out. Oh, here we go. Here's the vehicle, made it. In fact, actually, I'm going to be able to show him saying hi.
Listen, Gargan, it's a new millennium. Lots of high tech. There may be some way we can get you out of that suit.
You put me in this suit. Now I'm going to make you pay.
Get over it, Gargan.
You ruined my life, so now I'll end yours.
Spidey to the rescue, at least. So yeah, I'll fight Scorpion, and I think that's gonna be the end.
Leave him alone, Chuckles.
Hi.
Butt out, webhead. Spider-Man? I asked for the police, and I get this?
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that. All right, so we're gonna take out Scorpion. We just tie him up and punch him. But there's also cases where, yeah, the boss is gonna be a little more involved. So you have to be set as far as stunning him in order to hit him without getting yourself killed. And also you have to take advantage of the fact that, you know, or you have to be careful of the fact that, J. Jonah Jameson's around. So, yeah, if he gets killed, that's gonna be a problem. What you wanna do is tie him up and then, run at him. Oh, crap. But the other thing I probably should do is, ouch, I should, tie him up, use my web fist, and then use that to maximize the damage. But I'm gonna die if I keep going about this. And I honestly don't have. Well, I can do that. I can also pick up the desk. So sorry to J.J. Jameson. Or I can hit him from distance with the web bomb, but it's or the web ball, I should say, not the web bomb. Or jump out of the way. That's the other thing I can do. Alright, he's going off that way, so that's good. But it's tearing through the room. So actually, the bosses do have a couple of layers to themselves. It's actually right there on the TV, you can see, yeah, footage of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. It's a nice attention to detail, but yeah, he is focusing on killing him. So it's like, no. Yeah, you want me. In this case, hey, yo, get out of the way. Yeah, Jameson, get out of the way. I got him, don't worry. I'll be careful, I am running out of web, so I have to make sure that I can do a couple of hits combos. Uh-oh, we got stabbed, I'm dead. Alright, I'm gonna kill him, and I think at that point, I'm going to end the show. And also, if you do die, you just watch the cutscene again, or you can skip it. And at that point, I'll go into schedule, because it's worth pointing out, you know, I may as well go on that now, I guess, while I'm kicking Scorpion's ass.
Spider-Man? I asked for the police.
Yeah, because next week's show, we're not going to have one. Or at least we're not going to have a live one. Yeah, I'm going to be off next week, so no Super Bowl Game Saturday next week. Ow. Yeah, fine, I'll beat him and then we'll talk about that. Or maybe I'll just, ouch. Yeah, if I guess I die here, I'll come back at another time as far as when we come to play this. As mentioned, when we come to play this game for full, I have it on the Dreamcast. It's the same as this, just looks better, runs better as far as frame rate. Yeah, that's the way to go if you don't have it. If you have it on the PlayStation, don't think that, oh yeah, I'm gonna lose out on anything but the graphics if I get it on, if I only stick with it on the PlayStation. Well, I guess even on Nintendo 64, just like with Space Invaders, The Nintendo 64 version cuts out a lot of the cinematics. So yeah, the FMV cutscenes that are in this and the Dreamcast version are not in that. So keep that in mind. Whoa. You know, I'll do that. Let me get the fists out. Oh, there you go. This actually is working out really well. It's just in case you run into a risk when it comes to hitting them with a 3-hit combo, even though you tied them up. But if you only do that and jump out of the way, you should be good. Or say, screw it, just a web ball him to death. I got him.
I don't know what you're trying to pull by saving my life, but it won't work.
Oh, you're just too clever for me, JJ.
There he is, officers! The man behind the Science Expo heist!
Huh?
Shoot him now! Shoot him!
JJ, you're out of the wheel. I mean it this time.
Alright, so yeah, we're on the run. So yeah, Spidey's on the run. It's like, yeah, we've been framed for what's going on in town.
Spider-Man.
And here's Carnage, by the way. Oh, no, Daredevil, sorry. I forgot Daredevil's in this game. Right.
I haven't got time to explain. Just tell me your side of it. I'll know if you're lying. How am I supposed to know you're the real Daredevil? What? Listen, it's true. A Spider-Man made off with Octavius' new invention, but not the Spider-Man, not me. Somebody's framed me. Why? I don't know yet. And if New York's finest catch me, it may be too late.
Well, then you'd better get going. NYPD is coming fast.
That's it? You believe me?
I don't have to believe you. I know you aren't lying.
But how?
Let's just say you've got your superpowers, and I've got mine.
Yep, because remember, Daredevil, he does have the extra sense because he's a blind superhero. Everything's enhanced, but wait a second, he has like web swinging too, which is unique as far as that. So, alright, as far as this part, we have to run away from the helicopter. We're going to leave him as far as running away from the helicopter, and I guess then, I don't have anything interesting to kind of keep on as far as music. Fine, I'm gonna play this on PlayStation. We do this anyway, so honestly, it should be fun. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reset the console. I'm going to go into the menu, take the disc out. Let the nice perspective of the PlayStation 2 screen take us out as far as the dulcet tones of that for the show. All right, so there you go. That is Space Invaders we played, and also a little bit of preview on Spider-Man as far as the two Activision joints. Both really good, and especially Space Invaders. That's a great one. Electverse, thank you again for the quest. I had a great time playing the game, showing it off, going into it with all you. And, yeah, had a terrific time as far as the show, like we always do. But you also made it terrific for me, as you always do. Because of your insights, everything you want to go into. And, yeah, your support for the show in your case of saying, I want to see a game for the show. And I love that. I love when you say that, just because I say, let's give it to you. Why not? I do take that very seriously. You know that when I say we're going to play something, if it takes some time, we're going to play it, and I will show it off fully. Actually, I'll tell you the other thing I want to do, just as a random case. This is also maybe fulfilling a question I have as far as we have our thing with the memory card of stuff of Spider-Man, Merlamy, Mega Man X 4000 Arms, Merlamy again, Space Invaders, so there's the Space Invaders memory card thing, Legend of Legaia, and then this... I'm keeping this up because maybe somebody in chat or maybe somebody on our YouTube site knows what game this image comes from. There's no record for it. It was on this memory card I bought used off of eBay about 4 or so years ago. I don't know what this comes from, but it was here. If anybody knows, I'd appreciate it as far as that, but having said that, I said I'll leave it on that for the purpose of this. As we talk about our schedule, as far as it, I had a great time again for the show, just to briefly go into that, and I do love the viewer requests. Thank you so much for them. We will keep the viewer requests going once a month, of course, for them. But with that, let's talk about the schedule. So, this is actually our last show for July. You're like, yeah, really? Yeah, I'm going to be off next week. Having said that, I do have a show exclusive to the YouTube site that's going to be going up on Saturday next week, that being July 26th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As far as what it is, I'm going to leave you in suspense on that one. I'm not going to mention exactly what it is. It's an idea I got a while ago. It's something I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do. It's also something that's a little unique for this show, something we've never done before. Because since we've been doing the show for about 5 years now, I've been thinking about ways to keep the show going as it is, in the sense we have viewer requests, we have stuff going on as much as it is, and of course my trying to figure out content for weekends I'm not here, because as much as I love to give you stuff for cases when I'm not here, it's also cases maybe I like to create that stuff and say, let's do something, let's kind of elevate it, because that's what we always do on the show. And when in the past 5 years we've grown leaps and bounds as far as our small intimate hangout on a Saturday, grown leaps and bounds in the sense of people coming in and want to see what we got, people making requests saying to see something, and we will show it, we get to it. I always promise we get to our viewer requests no matter what it is, because I do appreciate that. You're making your commitment to come here, so I want to give you that commitment back and saying that I do take the request seriously. I'll show it the way you want to see it, to show that respect to you that you show to me, and I do appreciate that so much, which I guess is why I also say I want to give you stuff when I'm not here. So next week is going to be like that. We're not going to be live, but on our YouTube site, I'll have something very special, something very unique. It's going to be part of a series. I'll discuss that explicitly on our next live show, but that's going to be next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube site. So go there for the purpose of that, or if you're watching it over there, you're here already. And we'll have it going up as far as that. I will probably not live premiere that because I don't want to tip my hand completely yet on what it is. But it is unique. It does kind of go to some stuff you wanted to see. And it's something, as I mentioned, we've never done before. And I think you're going to like what I came up with. And something that other people kind of gave me some suggestions and kind of spearheaded this a little bit. So it's kind of a collaboration of ideas, the way our show always is. When it comes to myself, when it comes to guests, we've had on the show, and all of you in our best chat on Twitch. And that's why you're our best chat on Twitch, or the best chat on Twitch. Because you have these great ideas to come up with, but also your great input, and you make this show what it is. You drive the show that way with the stuff you want to see. It's like, I want to show you certain things myself, but also cases of saying, you have a choice of what to do as far as coming by, but then you also say, I want to see something, and you're kind of making a show. Tonight's show would not have happened without Electfirst, I'll tell you that right now. Same case of any case when we get to games that any of you want to see as far as that. And we got a ton of stuff on that list. Can't wait to get to more of it as time goes on. But okay, so as I say, we're not on next week, so then when is our next live show? That will be 2 weeks from now on August 2nd. That'll be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be coming back to Shadow Hearts Covenant for the PlayStation 2. Chasm 22 and Crusader 64 are coming back. We're going at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because remember, this is a long game. We want to maximize the play as much as we can. So we're going to continue our adventures with Yuri Hyuga and see what's going on as far as where we left off last time. And, we're getting closer to seeing where Nikolai is and getting the answers we need to the puzzle of what's going on and hopefully finding that cure for the ailment of Yuri from the Holy Mistletoe. And we're going to go a little further on that with our next part. That's our next live show in 2 weeks from now on August 2nd at 7 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry. Because we're running like 9-hour parts. Week after that is also Saturday show on August 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That will be our viewer request for August. It's on the request of AJ42, who wanted to see Toe Jam and Earl for the Sega Genesis. I am set with that game as far as practice. I am ready to go with that. I have the notes done actually as well. I've just got a couple other things I want to look into that. Because we're going to run through the game, going through, because it's our first roguelite game we're playing. Or roguelite game, I should say. It is a case we're going to run that in a linear fashion. You can run it randomly generated. I actually did that for my practice. But we're going to go the whole way that way. We're going to show off all the extras for the game. I will also show it running random later, but for our full play, we're going to go that way. I'm going to use the Switch Online version of the game for it, because it's perfectly emulated. And also because I have the controller to run it. And I'm looking forward to doing that one for AJ42, because he loves Toe Jam and Earl. I played a little bit growing up, sort of, kind of, but not massively. But another game like with Space Invaders, when I kind of sat down and started digging into it, I realized another really unique game, a really interesting game that maybe people don't remember nowadays, but worth giving attention as far as our show. And we definitely will keep doing that, for sure. That's also the benefit of being a smaller show. We don't have to answer necessarily other people saying, like, we don't want to see this stuff. Why do you pull it out? Because our best chat on Twitch wants to see it. That's enough of a reason for me. But point is, we can kind of play whatever we want and keep those requests coming as is. And once a month, we got one. Sort of. I'll go on that in a bit. On August 16th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're actually getting Halloween blocks started early. Probably wondering why. Because of the way schedule's going, I've got shows I can't do as far as parts of this year, including into October. And we got too much. So I got to start early. We're starting with Medieval on PlayStation. I got the PS3 version as far as the downloadable version on the PlayStation 3. To start that game, kind of a macabre hack-and-slash action-adventure game with Daniel Fortescue having to save the land from his evil nemesis who has come back. And he's come back as well after getting himself killed in battle years ago to get another chance for glory and to prove himself as a terrific hero of the land. It is an interesting one. I'm looking forward to showing that as far as that was I'm laughing to death's request. So we're going to start it then, and we're going to have a little bit of a break period before we get back to it again. Then August 22nd is going to be Friday's show. We're doing that because we're celebrating 32 years to the day of Shinobi 3 Return of the Ninja Master for Sega Genesis. We played it already, but we're going to be playing it with the Switch Online version, showing off some extra stuff. I'll also have some other ninja games tossed in as a bit of a bonus. We'll take a look at The Revenge of Shinobi because this can be our next stop on the franchise as far as a new game playing that way. And also, we're going to take a look at Ninja Gaiden on NES because we have Ninja Gaiden Ragebound that's coming out in a few weeks. So I always want to give previews of those other two as far as Revenge of Shinobi and Ninja Gaiden on NES, but full run on Shinobi 3 to celebrate that game because I love that game. One of my favorites on the Genesis and one I came too late, but one that's also worth looking at once more. And at the end of the month, we have Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for PlayStation 2. I think we can do that in one show. I don't know if I want to necessarily start that one earlier. Maybe like 5 p.m. instead of 7 as normal. I might do that. I know Dolly Finn, we talked about the idea you might want to be in that. She might be. We'll figure that, the logistics of that going along. And then September, we're only going to be live twice during September, to be brutally honest. As far as our viewer requests, it's not going to be one of the live shows. The first week is going to be that. I'll talk more explicitly on what it is next week because, again, it's going to tip my hand too much if I mention it now. But after next week's show, the one I'm airing on the YouTube site for that when we're off, it'll go to that. And same also for a show I have planned on November 8th, which is another weekend I'm not going to be here. And then week after that, I'm also not here. That's going to be on September 12th and 13th. I'm not going to be here, but that being said, I've got content for you with the next two parts of The Wolf Among Us, Part 3 on the 12th and Part 4 on the 13th, both at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we're back live on September 20th for Part 6 of Shadow Heart's Covenant. That might be the finale, but I don't know. Either that's going to be the finale or in October we have the finale. I got to figure this out and talk with Crochet Nerd 64 and Chasm22. It'll be 3 p.m. as always for that game. And then a week after that, we got Croc, Legend of the Gobblers. We'll come back to that. We're going to finish it because we have to finish looking over the final set of levels. I'm waiting on the HD version's physical release to come around. They said this summer. Hopefully I'm getting in time. Nocturne will be with me for that. Still is the idea. And we're going to have our completion of that because we're waiting on, either we got to... She couldn't go through the rest of the levels because they're insanely hard to unlock all of them to get the rest of the gobos. She tried and tried and tried, but I get it. But I said, we got the HD version. That's an option. But then there also is a code on the Sega Saturn version that we've been playing. So that's a possibility too. We're going to figure that as far as how it is. The point where I also might also, depending on how this goes, I might actually take a look at my PlayStation 1 copy, see if there are codes to use on that. And if we have to use the PlayStation version to show those levels, we'll do it. We'll figure what that is, and then if we can show the HD version, which I think we can, but that's a little bit up in the air until I hear from Rocket Games when the physical versions we purchased are on the way. They delayed them. They said it's going to be this summer sometime. We don't know when. When I know, you'll be the first to know as well, as far as when we get our next show, I'm live to mention that. It's Rocket probably on the 2nd. We might be able to tell that. That's going to be September 27th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, I'm also not here. But we have the finale of The Wolf Among Us going up on October 4th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to kick off our Halloween block fully for real, but we were starting it early, as I mentioned, in August. And then the 2 weeks in between will either be Shadow Heart's Covenant on the 11th through the 18th, or else, and the other weekend is going to be the finale of Medieval, because I think we'll need 2 parts of Medieval, only 2. If we somehow do that only in one show in a few weeks, I'll figure something unique. We'll have a show that night, I think, but I'll figure something out. I don't know if I will pull something out quick, or I'll see if there's something else I can do that fits for the holiday that also is worth previewing. I'll think it over as far as what I'm going to do. That's going to be a question if I need more than one part on Medieval. If I do need one more part, I can have a second part then in the finale. If not, we'll figure. Then on September 25th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Elect vs. Request, Second Chance is this Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo. I'm going to run in the Wii U Virtual Console version for that. Nocturne's going to be with me for that show. And on Halloween night, Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. Our viewer request for the month and Halloween special. Running that remake of Castlevania from Sharp's X68000 that also has a remake of itself within this. That was Elect vs. Request. I cannot wait to get to that one, but I do have to practice more. But we're making progress. And then 8th, as I mentioned, we don't have a show, but I've got something for you that night. I will go into that next week. And then in November 15th is going to be our 20th anniversary celebration of Shadow the Hedgehog to the day of its release. We'll look at the expert mode. Going through that, which is kind of a sequel to that game. I guess we'll see if time has been kinder to that game. We're on the Xbox version still. That's going to be a 7 p.m. show. We got to that. Pinocchio for Super Nintendo for our pre-Thanksgiving Disney game show. The viewer request that month with, that was Dolly Finn's request. We wanted to see that. And then for Thanksgiving, 2 days after, our Thanksgiving showcase. And for this, we have our second set of Xbox Live Arcade games delisted. So got a bunch of games in license and also in other cases ready to go for that. Looking forward to showing those off in December. A little bit of an up-in-the-air case. I do want to start Yoshi's Island for one of those. That's going to be a weekend. As far as the stuff I have for the rest of the month, the viewer request, and the second chance, I might have a better answer for that in 2 weeks when we're back live. Maybe. But as I said, I'll keep you updated on that. And I think with that, that is everything for it. And next year, as I mentioned, we got our preview programs going on once a month. We're taking a look at something super, super long to get a sense of how do you want it scoped, or how do I want to scope for things I want to show that I know are long. And also, lastly, for our end of the year compilation video that always goes up on December 31st on the YouTube site exclusively as our final show, Super Old Game Saturday Sings. We're cutting an album on Decca Records that's now available at Sam Goody. That's going to be the idea of how it is. We're going to have compilations of all the times that myself or guests have done singing on the show. And I'll have content to cut out of this one when I sung Spider-Man early on, as far as I look in the preview of the Spider-Man game for the PlayStation. I'm going to have those going. We'll have a nice intro. I'm going to have Kazan22 and Crocheter64 record it with me, I think. I'm going to ask them and say, please. You came with a great idea. I think we need to have them as part of the intro. And I think of an idea of what game I want to talk over for the purpose of that intro. And actually having more than one person as far as doing that might be interesting. And cases where we have not had that yet when it comes to our end of the year compilation shows. Yeah, so this is kind of a clip show, but we're giving you something new. And there's also new content in there that I'll be recording for that video. Just to let you know. All right, so with that, that's going to do it for Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week and for July. Thank you so much again to Electverse for his request tonight for Space Invaders for PlayStation. I had a great time playing it. And also a little bit of a preview on Spider-Man for PlayStation. We'll come back to that on Dreamcast. Looking forward to that. And giving you a little bit extra, because that's the other thing. We always want to give you what you want to see, but also give you a little something more, something you don't expect, and something maybe I don't. That's the beautiful thing about how improvisational our show is on my end, but also on your end, because just kind of say, hey, let's talk about something. Let's pull it out. Why not? Let's go. I always believe in that perspective, and I'll continue to do that. And I love doing the show, and I love all of you jumping in and providing so much to me. It just always gives me such satisfaction and something I appreciate so much. So once again, I can't thank everyone out there, everybody in tonight's show, of course being Dolly Finn, Electverse, and of course Reese the Worthing Doge. You all make the show run. Thank you so much. I'm never going to stop saying thank you. I really am so grateful. That's why I love doing the show, why I love doing off-screen content for you, and why I'll keep doing it. All right, so I think with that, thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward, a great rest of your July. Stay tuned to the YouTube site next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for something special and something you're going to like. And I will see you on August 2nd at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Crochet Nerd 64 and Chasm 22 for Part 5 of Shadowheart's Covenant for the PlayStation 2. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful and great rest of your July. And take care, everybody.